Eritrea, Ethiopia,
Congo,
Burundi, Sudan,
Kenya,
South Sudan,
Somalia, Djibouti.
Countries in the Horn of Africa and Great Lakes region share many common features, but there is also great diversity among them, rendering each of them unique in many respects. While there are formidable social and political constraints that
how are you? Hello, hello. Testing, one, two. Testing.
No problem. It will work out.
Yeah, we are late actually. Yes. You know we have virtual audience. So I think trigger off.
Let me have this one.
We need to introduce
Exactly.
the topic.
Exactly.
And then you introduce this. It's called who? Titus Ibui. Yes, a long minute. Do you want to read the whole thing?
I will take it through briefly.
Huh?
Yeah, just briefly. Yeah, I've seen that. Okay, shorter. Good morning, esteemed participants. Good morning. Very well, I take this opportunity to welcome you to our second day of this important discourse on the relationship, on the relations between Middle East, Africa-Middle East relations. Yesterday, we had a wonderful time with very incisive discussions here. And today we want to zero in on important matters. This is our fourth session. And the panel discussion is about economic and security considerations in Africa-Middle East relations. We have 4 speakers. We will start with Mr. Titus Ibui, and then listen to Dr. Yons Aboyob, and then thereafter, we shall, please come to the podium, Mr. Ibui, Dr. Aboyob, and then we shall listen to Rashid Abdi, and then Professor Masenbet Asefa. So with me is a co-moderator, Professor Jonyo from the University of Nairobi, Professor Fred Jonyo, from the Department of Political Science at the University of Nairobi. And to start you off, I would like us to ponder on some of these issues associated with security considerations, economic considerations. Now, we need to be honest and very clear about some of the intentions and issues that countries bring to the table. The international system is about 3 things. When states are together, they're either cooperating, they're either competing, or they are at conflict. So the international intercourse, international relations and between states and regions is about cooperation, conflict, competition. And sometimes the competition can be unhealthy, especially when certain states, pursuit of their own interests, sometimes go about it sometimes in the wrong way. Are there groups, entities in Africa who or which have been funded or worked with certain states in the Middle East, and because of the ideological stances they take, we end up with, say, for example, issues that bring violent extremism. and other issues that lead to insecurity, say in the name of an offshoot of Arab Spring or some form of political Islam. So if you talk about, for example, the Muslim Brotherhood, 1928, Hassan al-Banna, it was all about some ideology. Could have been conservative or, extreme right kind of thing. But 50 years, 60 years, 70 years down the line, some other people take that ideology, run with it, and today you have ISIS in the entire Sinai Peninsula. And you have revolution in the name of change, political change. But then people get into power and the system cannot hold. And if you look at the shadows, some of these structures, these actors, Muslim Brotherhood, where does Turkey stand? Where does Qatar stand? Do you have some countries that behind the veil actually support some groups and they end up messing up? So these are the issues we need to be careful so that when we talk about security considerations, we are open, we are of course, honest, so that we call a spade and work in a way that we keep looking for areas of confluence which can make our security, our economic relations better in as far as Africa, Middle East relations is concerned. And without much ado, I would love to introduce Mr. Titus Ibue, and he's going to talk about trade and investment. Titus Ibue is a lead industrialist in this country. He's the founder and the executive director, Bell Industries Limited, and he's currently the chairman of the board of the LAPSSET corridor. And you have seen the very important development corridors we've been having, LAPSSET. And there are many development corridors in Africa, and he's one of them leading this one, the LAPSSET corridor. It just started off the other day, starting off very strongly. He has a master's in business administration, Bachelor of Science in agriculture also. Extensive, he's worked a lot in building the agricultural sector, working with various actors in terms of planning, marketing, and so on. And he's worked in various boards in that direction. East African Portland Cement board member, board of directors, member management board, Methodist Guest House, member board of trustees, KEMU, Kenya Methodist University, director of Blue Waters Resort, and so on. So he's a businessman and an investor and an industrialist in the country of high repute. And we are very honored because one of the things we are interested about in terms of Africa-Middle East relations is about the flow of capital, investment, exchange, commerce, exchange, industrialization, and so on. And these are important issues that we need to ponder about as we get into this noble discourse. And thereafter, we shall be introducing the rest. And let me have without any much ado, I can see Mr. Titus Ibue is up in about 15 minutes or thereabout, let's see. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and colleagues, we welcome those who are also following virtually, and those who are physically here. We welcome all of you. So let us give Mr. Ibue a round of applause. When you can read his profile in detail on the booklet. This is a walking wisdom. When you see him walking, that's how wisdom works. Welcome, sir.
Oh, I feel flattered. Good morning, everybody. What a privilege I have to be in front of you who are here physically and who are with us virtually. Prof was trying to introduce me. But if you ask me what I do these days, I do not know. I spend most of my 90% of my time working with people like Professor Kawanja to give back to society. So I feel very privileged to be here with you today. And I want to observe all the protocols because I may not get to know who else or who is here that need to be recognized, but I observe all the protocols. And first, I want to congratulate, the Horn Institute for organizing this conference. I serve as a council of advisors in Horn Institute. And I was telling, Dr. Mustafa just the other day, you call us council of advisors, but the kind of milestones you have been able to cover in the last 4 years without the advice of the council members is great. It tells you that we don't need to be there. You are doing a great job. So I want to really congratulate and commend you, Mustafa, for the good job. Hassan, Kaniji, and the team, you've done us as your advisors proud. So we are happy. So I'm here to talk briefly about trade and the investments between the Middle East and Africa. Let me start by saying or reminding you of the theme of this conference. It is shared peace, shared security, and shared prosperity. So I'll talk about the prosperity. And we have had, a lot of deliberations yesterday, or concerning about the two, land masses, the Middle East and Africa. But I will seek your indulgence briefly, because I will deviate from the findings. Don't put on the slide, yet. To deviate from the findings of the research that was done and that we are hoping to launch today. Why? For two reasons. If I talk about investment between Africa and Middle East, I think I'll take the whole day because there's a lot that has been happening. So you allow me, I focus my talk on the Horn of Africa. The Horn of Africa, not because this conference is being sponsored and organized by the Horn Institute, but because the Middle East in the last 15 years, they have focused quite a bit on this region of the Horn of Africa. So I find a bit, of relevance in trying to, to kind of do my presentation, on that. In the last 15 years, we have seen the policy transformation or changes in the Middle East, within the Middle East countries, moving from trade to humanitarian, to diplomatic effort, security, and political. We started trade within the two regions of the Horn of Africa, and particularly East Africa, with the Middle East in 200 BC. That is documented. 200 BC is when you can get evidence, archaeological evidence, of the relationship between the two countries, whereby you be able to see the evidence, both in East Africa, of the Middle East people moving in and settling in East Africa, and also you see the evidence on the other way around, that being seen not only in the Middle East, even in the Mediterranean. So the relationship between the two countries goes that far back. And it was more of trade. And the pinnacle of it was the Swahili culture. That culture evolved because of the interactions, because of the trade in between, the two people. And that culture, the Swahili culture, as we heard from some of the speakers yesterday, was enriched because some of the families, the royalties in the East Africa, and links with the monarchs in the Middle East. And that enriched the whole Swahili culture along the East Coast. I'm not, of course, talking about the slave trade of the 1500, 1400, but I'm talking of earlier history, earlier interactions. So the relationship between the two countries is not just that started yesterday. It started time immemorial. Then, globalization came in the 20th century. So with the globalization coming in, trade, which was commerce, now brought in investment, shared prosperity. How do we share, that world that we are all both creating? So came in, investment, which enriched and made people even get closer because there is more interaction in terms of culture coming in, intermarriages, various types of relationships, coming in. So we're seeing that relationship, which was created by trade, did not have those kind of conflicts. There was competition, of course, but not the type of conflicts we are seeing today. Until 10, 15 years ago. 10, 15 years ago, we saw the financial crisis of 2008. We've seen the United States of America, the Western world, paying less attention to the region, both Middle East and Africa. So with the global crisis of 2008, we saw that Middle East countries trying to redirect their investments towards Africa where there are better returns. And we heard that from some of the speakers yesterday. Within the last 15 years, the Middle East countries felt a bit insecure in terms of food. So they experienced a bit of food insecurity. So they had to look around and say, where do we feed our people from? And the only continent which has got 60% of the world arable land, which is unutilized, is Africa. So they came in and then, started and tried to feed their people. So that transformed their, policy towards this region. We've seen the gradual, within the last 15 years, the gradual reduction or disengagement by the United States from a wider, region, which convinced the Middle East countries to launch adventurous foreign policy within this region, because there was a bit of a vacuum. So that also brought in some bit of attention towards, towards Africa. So from those factors, three things came up within the Middle East countries. One, there was a scramble for influence between the Middle East countries, particularly the GCC and Turkey. So there, emerged that, scramble for influence. Two, the country trying to establish an hierarchy of power where different axes, have developed. And that I think also talked about, yesterday, where Qatar, Turkey teaming up, Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom of Saudi, and the UAE teaming up, forming, various axes and with different, influences. So that has come in within the last few years. And then we also have intra-state competition. So you find a bit of competition now coming out between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, the Emirs, whereby the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia want to rechannel or influence, have alternative investment routes, whereby they are getting into investing in infrastructure, mega infrastructure in the region. And United Arab Emirates emphasizing on diplomacy, the politics of the ports, and also getting into infrastructure. So there is a bit of competition between the KSA, that is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates countries. So that competition, which has yielded some advantages for us, that competition is what I want to address this morning. So because I want to appeal to the policymakers out there in the Middle East that there are opportunities in this area, the Horn of Africa, where they need to focus on and invest. So for me, I will seek your indulgence. You allow me to be a business who I am. I want to pitch for what the government of Kenya has asked me to do. And that's what I want to start my slides with. I chair the board of a LAPSSET corridor. And the first slide is, what is LAPSSET? LAPSSET is the acronym of Lamu Port, South Sudan, Ethiopia Transport Corridor. And this is a regional multimodal infrastructure project between Kenya, Ethiopia, and South Sudan. It is a program which has been adopted by presidential infrastructure champions, that is within the AU. It is being accepted by both AU and United Nations as a model that can be replicated in Africa. So in my next slide, you see LAPSSET corridor is trying to link the Indian Ocean across Africa to the Atlantic. That is from Lamu Port to Douala in Cameroon. That's interland. We're also trying to link the East Coast, that is Lamu, with Djibouti. We are trying to link Lamu and Port of Sudan in Sudan. So this is an infrastructure corridor. And that infrastructure corridor comes in with the economic corridor. Because for you to utilize the services that are being provided by the infrastructure, you have to have, some economic or some activities around with, that corridor. So it is a continental program which has to be promoted by each state. So let me get on to what I do that is focused on Kenya. Get on my next slide. Right. In Kenya, we are developing the port. Already, the government of Kenya from Exchequer has spent over 50 billion Kenya shilling, that is $50 million, thereabout, to do the port. We have already done 3 paths. We yet to do 20 more paths, because we have the total of 23 baths. And the port of Lamu is one of the deepest ports in Africa. The biggest vessel of 400 running meters can be able to dock in Lamu today. So it is, the programs are the port, the highways, the oil pipeline, both the crude oil and the product, oil to go to southern Ethiopia, to Addis Ababa, a railway line from Lamu to Addis Ababa and to Juba. We have international airports, resource cities. We have high ground force multipurpose dam, which covers 165 kilometers, which need to be developed for, to provide both power and water. Next slide, please. We have had those recognitions which I've mentioned. I don't want to dwell on that. You'll be able to watch, to see it on my, my slides. The next, slide. I've talked about the infrastructure opportunity, and energy petroleum, opportunities that are available. That is the port, the road network, the Standard Gauge Railway, the airport, and the pipeline. Next slide. Then coupled within that, we are developing the outer corridor, which is 50 kilometers outside the roads. So we have schools, health centers, hotels, markets within, that, corridor. That is 50 kilometers on either side of the corridor. So that is trying to open up the bigger part of Kenya. 70% of Kenya has not been opened because we have only been using the northern corridor, which is from Mombasa to, to Kampala. So we are now opening the northern part of Kenya, which comprises of the 70% of the mass, large mass of Kenya. Next, please. There are other opportunities other than those major program opportunities in housing and real estate, the blue economy. I think as the ambassador of Morocco mentioned yesterday, they are looking at Mombasa and Lamu to see how Morocco can come in and see what kind of blue economy investment they can have. And then, of course, the service industry. So the opportunities are there for investment in this region. Next slide. With the investment opportunities, of course, comes with the investment incentives. So we have various incentives, which I don't need to read each. That can be found on my slide. So there are investment incentives that the Kenyan government has set to attract the investors, particularly for the corridor, the LAPSSET corridor, which we are also trying to, through AAU and NEPAD, we are trying to influence the government of South Sudan and the government of Ethiopia to adopt so that we will be able to harmonize, so that whatever is being offered for, in Ethiopia and in Kenya and South Sudan, because they are the ones who formed the authority, will be able to agree and attract the investors. Next, please. Yeah, we're seeing if we go through the trade and investment, one, will have regional integration, togetherness. It will reduce inter and intra-trade competition. It reduces political conflict between countries and regions. It enhances peace and security, given countries will be dependent on each other for goods and services. Leads to daily exchanges that strengthen bilateral and multilateral ties and relations, and increases cultural ties through various relationships, including intermarriages. That's what I want to present to you this morning. I want to, to appeal to whoever will be interested to come to us and talk to us. And I think we have our contact address. That is our contact address. If anybody is interested, please do. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for giving me this time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Titus, for wonderful presentation. And distinguished participants, you realize that today development is about infrastructure and technology. Without infrastructure, then movement of forces of production cannot occur in any society. So the organization he chairs is very critical in terms of facilitation of movement of goods and services. Our next presenter will present virtually. This is Dr. Younes Abouyoub. His presentation is on the implications of the Arab Spring and the Gulf crisis on Africa. He is the Director, Governance and State Building, MENA Region, United Nations, Morocco. So allow me to welcome Dr. Younes Abouyoub to make his presentation. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me well? Hello?
We can hear you very well. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So let me start first by thanking the Horn Institute for extending this invitation to partake in this interesting conference, and also recognize His Excellency the Ambassador of Morocco, Mokhtar Gambo, who actually put me in touch with the Institute. I will touch upon three issues. First, a question, which is actually, why would we call it an Arab Spring rather than an African Spring? Because the three main countries where the whole thing started are African countries, Egypt, Tunisia, and Libya. And this, I'm raising this question because I'm referring to what Ambassador Gambo yesterday talked about as binarism and identity in discourse. So I think we should rethink the phrases we use. I mean, of course, you can be African and Arab at the same time. That's what Ambassador was arguing for yesterday. And I think this spring, whether we call it spring or something else, was as much African as Arab. The second point I would like to discuss is what kind of effects these popular protests had on the democratization process in the rest of Africa. And the third, the risks and challenges that the Arab Spring and the Arab recurring political crises are bringing about now and the future for the African continent. So for the first question, it's most of a note than really a question of identity. I don't want to dwell too much about this because yesterday it was discussed, but I call upon all of us actually to look at this Arab/African uprisings from a different lens. It is not something that is happening out there in what is called the Middle East, what I would rather call Western Asia. I prefer the geographic concept rather than the geopolitical one that has a Eurocentric prism in it. And as such, this would, if we term it as an African and Arab at the same time, then this will call into question the role of the African regional institutions in conflict prevention and conflict resolution, and rightly asking the question, what type of role these institutions had and how come it was not as active as it should have. Actually, I'm asking this question from and knowing actually the answer to it, because I was part of the international effort to find a solution to the Libyan crisis as I was stationed in Libya from 2011 to 2014. And I saw firsthand, unfortunately, the lack or absence of both Arab regional conflict resolution institutions and a much weakened role of African institutions, which actually gave more room to European and international institutions to take over the whole peace process in Libya so far. Actually, this would probably need a whole conference by itself to look into these issues. So let me focus now on the effect of the Arab Spring on the democratization process in Africa. So we should first of all note that Africa, and they specifically, just to distinguish North Africa from Sub-Saharan Africa, that this part has been experiencing its own democratic surge well before the Arab Spring. I mean, Guinea, Cote d'Ivoire, Niger, Nigeria, Zambia, and other countries have actually had their own processes of democratization, with ups and downs, of course. And this progress builds on nearly basically 2 decades of democratic institutional building on the continent. Of course, this doesn't erase the fact that the legacy of authoritarian politics continues to cast a shadow over Africa's governance norms, as it does also for the Arab countries. And the regime models on the continents remain more or less varied, ranging from hardcore autocrats to semi-authoritarians, democratizers, and select numbers of democracies. So I would argue that the effects of the Arab Spring on Africa must be understood in terms of a process, not in terms of an event. What I mean by this is we have to look at the much larger and long-term context of Africa's democratic coming of age and its political evolution. So while we have a varied and at different stages of progress in this democratization in Africa, it is not starting from tabula rasa. It did not start with the Arab Spring. The Arab Spring has impacted its evolution, but it did not trigger the whole process. So considered from this broader and more heterogeneous perspective, I would say that direct effects of the Arab Spring on Africa's democratic development have been important. There are few relationships linking events, of course, in North Africa to specific shifts in democratizations on the continent, but the frustration that triggered the protest and transitions in the Arab world have resonated deeply with many Africans who are closely following the events in the northern part of their continent. So this Arab Spring is thus serving as a trigger rather than a driver for democratic reforms in the African continent. There have been protests in more than a dozen African capitals following the Arab Spring, demanding greater political pluralism, transparency, and accountability following these events in the northern part of the continent. Some have actually made explicit reference and connection to what was happening in North Africa, whether Tunisia, Libya, or Egypt. And even governments in the rest of Africa have actually been fearful, as much as their counterparts in the north, from direct connections with those events, and even tried to mute in the public media references to Arab Spring. So consequently, these protests are having an impact and are shaping the debate of the future of democracy in Africa. And this is actually very important. They are also teaching important lessons that democracy is not something that is given or bestowed on people, but actually earned, or maybe some would argue snatched, by citizens. So once initiated, these movements is not a passive or self-perpetuating governance model, but one that requires active engagement of citizens. And this is very clear from this decade in the region, whereby we've seen a lot of ups and downs, and unfortunately recently upsets even in the most promising country, Tunisia. So the Arab Spring is instigating changes and expectations in the whole African continent, and citizens from the north to the center to the south are questioning more and more their governments and looking forward to more accountability and its corollary development achievements, which is actually the main Achilles heel of Africa. What makes these changed expectations especially potent is they actually dovetail with more fundamental drivers of change that are likely to spur further democratic advances, upheavals in Africa in the next several years. So, for instance, access to information technology has exploded in Africa. It has dramatically enhanced the capacity of sharing information between citizens, increasing transparency, and therefore increasing the chances of more collective action and demands of accountability on the parts of the governments. Also, the rapid urbanization is further facilitating this capacity for mass action. This is something that happened in North and is happening more and more in the southern parts of Africa. The civil society, which is typically the bottom-up vehicle for governance change, has also grown in breadth, sophistication, and influence over the past several decades. And they are actually learning more from the lessons of the Arab Spring from 2011 until today, and the mistakes that were made by movements, by the transitions in this country. What is more, I would argue that Africa's democratic institutions have also begun to gradually consolidate. We see that parliaments have become more capable and more autonomous. We see an upsurge in independent media, especially online. And we have a more diverse offer and more accessibility than before. And elections are becoming increasingly common, transparent, and meaningful. Of course, this doesn't mean that it's all a rosy picture, because despite all this noteworthy progress, significant obstacles to further democratic progress persist in most of these countries. Some 40%, would argue, of African states continue to be organized around an authoritarian governing model. And this is also the other side of this impact of the Arab Spring, is that the recent counter revolution happening in North Africa and the rest of the Arab world are also having this impact in the rest of the African continent. But in general, I would say that the African populations have now higher expectation from their government leaders to govern African polities in a more democratic and accountable fashion. There's definitely a palpable sense that African constituencies are really coming of age, and they will no longer remain passive or tolerate abuses of power as they used to. Yet, and this is important, and also this is one of the impact and effects of the Arab Spring in the last few years, after optimism in the first 2 years, we have seen that these revolutions have been hijacked, whether by regional or international interest, and it turned into a vicious circle of violence in some of the countries. And that's why this violence spiral, which evolved out of this abated popular movements, are the results of geopolitical interests, regional and international. And they will remain a looming danger, which can spread like a wildfire in much of the continent and undermine all the potential positive prospects for democratic reform that I've referred to earlier. And we are already, unfortunately, seeing some of its initial signs in the Sahel region, for instance, which is directly linked to the developments in Libya, for instance, and also in Sudan. The Arab Cold War, that I would term the Arab Cold War, fanned by regional competition, and we saw this in the countries of the Gulf region, the competition between them in Libya, for instance, and even in Tunisia, that is less violent, but it's still there. And I don't need to dwell too much about this, because other panelists have referred to this yesterday and this morning. So this Arab Cold War has been impacting political stability and security arrangements in some parts of the African continent, and especially the Sahel, and will likely continue to do so for the next decade. Now I would like to move from this part to look more from a perspective side to the event, and look at the challenges that what I would call the post-Arab Spring had for the Western Asia, the Arab world, and Africa, and asking the question whether there will be a next wave of protest in the future. So we have to know that Arab states, and by extension, some of African states that are linked directly to what's happening, will face severe challenges in the coming decade. And that is the result have a higher degree of risk when it comes to political and therefore economic stability, or they even say socioeconomic instability. And these risks, in my opinion, are more immediate than they may seem, for they are linked directly to the existing structural problems that these countries have, which are the baseline risk. So indefinitely postponing governance reform in the region and avoiding strengthening institutional accountability and effectiveness, as well as the principle of the rule of law, would negatively affect development trajectories and jettison the immense potentialities of the continent. Political and socioeconomic reforms can be turned into momentum for positive change. We are facing a lot of challenges. Some are within our reach to change, others are more difficult to impact, like climate change. We have shared security challenges. Economic integration at the regional level could serve as basis for more cooperation. And here I condone what the earlier panelists referred to as a common project for shared prosperity for both regions. And this will in turn generate and reestablish trust both nationally and regionally. So we have to be aware of these risks because they're of paramount importance in planning for the future, whether at the level of development or for conflict prevention. So a number of medium to long-term trends are likely to influence the evolution of the Arab region and by extension, Africa as a whole, and will increase the vulnerability to conflict and political instability. I would refer to, again, to the Sahel region, to the direct implications of what happened in Libya, on Mali, what's happening in DRC, and down south towards Mozambique and other places. I would refer to the first trend or risk is the economic performance inequality. There are a series of economic indicators that correlate with instability and risk in general. They are not absolute, they're more relative nature. Still, for instance, poverty would correlate less with instability than equality. You can be a poor country, but that doesn't mean necessarily that you will slide into conflict. But if you are a very unequal country, then this rises the risk of political instability and violence. General unemployment correlates less than youth unemployment. And gross domestic product, GDP growth, correlates less than inflation and corruption with conflict. Anyway, instability is always the result of several of these developments taken together. It's not one phenomenon that triggers this, but we have to watch out for a complex set of issues. This means that states of the region can effectively reduce poverty, enjoy robust levels of GDP growth, increases in salaries, yet this will not necessarily shield them from instability. Actually, the World Bank has called this the MENA puzzle, because some countries in the region have fared well in economic regards, especially if we count only from the term of GDP and economic growth, but we don't look at the human development in general. And when people and citizens do not perceive subjectively that the way of life has been better, and they don't see a well-being increase in macroeconomic performance, becomes then an important driver of discontent and then uprising. So this region, what I will call the Arab region, and by extension, some parts of Africa, actually remains very highly unequal in economic terms. In the Arab region, the top 10% of society owns 64% of wealth. And these will become increasingly the case, especially now that we have suffered all from the COVID-19 pandemic, and the economic downturn is increasing. So this risk actually increases by the day. So the dissatisfaction with government's economic performance will play a major role in the onset of further demonstrations in the future. And we have to watch out for this. The second element that also we have to look for, and this is a direct implication of the Arab Spring, is the radicalization movement and violent extremism. And unfortunately, the region remains the world's least peaceful region of the world, despite some advances against violent groups and dropping in terrorist incidents. Both radicalization and violent extremism have risen dangerously since 2 decades. This has political and geopolitical reasons, but this phenomenon has increased in scope and reach. Now we see that it's spreading towards many African parts. For instance, Daesh, that used to be based in Mesopotamia, in Iraq and Syria, after being defeated largely there, has shifted its HQ or opened other franchises around the African continent and especially in the Sahel region. And this unfortunately might increase, not decrease in the future. The recruitment success of Daesh in the region is only an indication that the radical potential is real and will continue to beset this region. Especially that the root causes for discontent are still there. The repression, political disenfranchisement, perceived unfairness, unresponsive and unaccountable political systems, and of course the conflict raging in some parts of North Africa are all feature in the process whereby individuals will turn to violence as a political tool. And because the phenomenon has an economic, political, and psychological element, a security solution alone is unlikely to address it in a substantively effective manner.
Yeah, I think Dr. Abdul, you should be winding up.
Okay, okay. So the third one will be organized crime that we have to watch out for. Terrorist networks, organized crime organization are operating more and more in the region. And the places where you used to have an organized crime that is, let's say, benign, for instance, smuggling of goods, even drugs now has profited for armed groups to transit weapons throughout the continent. The fourth one is geoeconomic changes, which is linked to energy and oil. As the importance of oil will decrease in the Gulf region, we see that there is a competition more and more to look for alternatives. And I think there is some sort of a new regional scramble over Africa. And the immediate competition that we see in Arab states in the region will affect the trajectories of Africa in general. So to conclude, the 2011 African/Arab Spring combined with democratic breakthroughs in a number of African countries have reshaped the contours of governance in Africa. The concentration of power in single individuals serves to perpetuate, unfortunately, personalistic governance models, but these will be more and more challenged in the future. To overcome these norms, which are the central obstacles facing Africa's and Arab democratic transitions and development, will be a must to move away from this conundrum of underdevelopment. But these will be affected by different key actors, whether they are national, regional, or international, whether it's civil society networks, political parties, or media, secret sector, and unfortunately more and more non-state actors. I will end on this line that I mentioned briefly at the beginning, which is, again, the noted absence of African institutions in conflict prevention and resolutions in the aftermath of the Arab Spring. And given the structural inefficiencies of Arab regional institutions, whether the Arab League, GCC, the Arab Maghreb unions, I believe that it is time that the African institutions look at these issues as their own, not that they look at them as a spectator, that it's something happening somewhere else. Because again, as I said in the beginning, the Arab Spring is an African Spring. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abayub, for that incisive, intellectually stimulating discussion, presentation, very balanced. We are going to be taking stock and taking questions in due time. At this juncture, I would love to introduce Rashid Abdi. Rashid Abdi is interested in matters of diplomacy, conflict, security, especially in the Horn of Africa, the wider Horn of Africa. He has been a media practitioner for many years. And he's even been working with some of our local media, agencies or organizations, and as well as other, international, media actors. And he's going to be talking about, he's evaluating the changing dynamics in the in Middle East, Africa Middle East relations. And as I said, his area of specialty is the Horn of Africa and the Gulf. And so we are very privileged to have Rashid Abdi. Please, Rashid Abdi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. I hope everybody is able to hear me. I'm just recovering from COVID, so my chest is a bit congested, but I hope that everyone will be able to hear me. Excellencies, Ambassador Guyo, I can see you are here. Colleagues, thank you very much for the invitation. Also, my thanks to Mustafa and his team for organizing this event. I think it comes at a very important juncture, and also ties very neatly with some of the trends which I'm going to highlight in Middle East politics, and also the wider geopolitics and how that links with the Horn of Africa. I think the most topical and the most, I think, interesting would be to look at Afghanistan and to look at the unraveling of the Afghan state and the takeover by the Taliban, and what implications that would have for countries in the Horn, but also beyond. I think the key lessons also need to be drawn from what has happened in Afghanistan. 20 years of state building and the unraveling of that Western-led effort at state building, and what implications that would have, especially for Somalia, which also shares a lot of similarities with Afghanistan, but also where also similar efforts have been made at state building, and where the challenges, I think, are very clear. The first lesson for me is that externally led state building cannot work unless it grows, it becomes organic, unless people who are owners of that nation have an interest in building the state. It is fascinating that one of the reasons why the state of Afghanistan, the previous government actually collapsed, was that it became very, very corrupt. All the millions of dollars that have been, hundreds of millions of dollars that were poured into state building did not go into structures of building the state or institutions. It went into people's pocket. Afghanistan, for decades, for 2 decades, ranked as one of the most corrupt states in the Middle East. The same thing also with Somalia. We see the same pattern of where states that are hemmed in the capitals do not extend beyond the capitals. Elites, largely drawn from the diaspora, who come and lead the state, but eventually fail to build a state. But the most, I think, fundamental, the biggest lesson is the military. A lot of effort went into building the Afghan military. The Afghan military was probably one of the strongest in terms of equipment. It was 300,000 strong. It had helicopters, it had an air force, and it had training from NATO. But then we saw immediately, in less than 10 weeks, the Afghan army collapsed. Now, how did that come about? A number of factors, I think, have been raised, and one of them is quite significant. This army did not have the will to stand and fight for a corrupt elite that was in Kabul. And I think this is the same lesson also I can see will happen in Somalia, where a lot of effort has gone in recent years into training the Somali National Army. But increasingly, we see the Somali National Army and the Somali security forces becoming much more politicized, much more drawn into the fights internally between the elites for control of the regions. For example, in Shabelle, in Galmudug, we see the emergence of Al-Shabaab. Al-Shabaab is taking more territory, is taking advantage of these weaknesses and internal weaknesses within the security services. But let's say AMISOM is to withdraw from Somalia. How long will it take for the state to stay or to keep Al-Shabaab away from Mogadishu? I bet in less than 24 hours, Somalia, the current federal government of Somalia will collapse. And I think the hard lesson in Afghanistan need to be drawn. And I think Kenya in particular, which is a neighbor of Somalia, ought to be also drawing these lessons for its own purposes. And I think one key element which comes out, of course, is also the jihadi groups that see events in Afghanistan as a big morale booster. And if you look at the reaction from ISIS, from Al-Qaeda, from Al-Shabaab, the constant theme is that we have defeated the imperialists, we have defeated major powers that have mobilized to defeat Islam. And so I think we will see in the coming few weeks and months how jihadi groups will utilize the events in Afghanistan, first of all, to recruit, but also to mount and intensify attacks. And this, I haven't done the statistics, but from other sources, I hear there has been a major uptick of attacks across all the continents following the events in Afghanistan. And I think Kenya in particular, which has been vulnerable and which has been attacked many times and which has lost so many people over the years, needs to, I think, strengthen its security and intelligence structures. I'm also going to look, for the sake of, I think, time, I'm going to just look at specific areas where I think we can draw lessons and also where we need to analyze deeper what is happening. The other, I think, important geopolitical for us, especially in Kenya, is of course events in Yemen and how the Yemen conflict has continued to evolve. There is a fragmentation of the conflict landscape in Yemen. Not one single actor is able to assert control. And so we have a dispersal where there is no center. We have a withdrawal by the axis that was supporting the various actors in this conflict. So we have a disengagement from that conflict. Yemen, in effect, is being left to its own devices. The Houthis are increasingly able to assert control in areas they control, but they cannot govern the entire country. And so in the next 10 to 15 and even more years, we will see a scenario in which conflict is not ending. The humanitarian crisis in Yemen will continue to escalate. And then there will be, of course, groups, jihadi groups, who will take advantage of this growing chaos in Yemen to basically grow their strength. Al-Qaeda, of course, is Al-Qaeda in the Arab Peninsula controls segments of Yemen. And that, I think, is important for us because the conflict in Yemen actually militarized the Red Sea, created the reason why there was this very toxic competition between the Gulf actors, who actually also recruited troops from the region. Eritrean troops, but also Sudanese troops served in Yemen. There were also mercenary groups, who were recruited from the Horn of Africa. So the growing, I think, or rather the conflict scenario in Yemen is unchanged, it could actually deteriorate and it could draw in at some point the regional states, either as mercenaries or as military actors. And so we need to be, I think, paying attention to what is happening in Yemen. There is also another reason, I think, why Yemen is also has direct implications for the security in the Horn. And that is because the weaponry and the expertise which is being exchanged between jihadi groups actually emanates, much of it comes from Yemen. Many of the Al-Shabaab's guns and explosives are actually sourced from Yemen. And all the reports indicate that this is a major source of instability for the Horn of Africa. And so I think we need to be paying closer attention to what is happening in Yemen for that particular reason. The crisis in Yemen also caused, also destabilized the alliance between the Saudis and the Emiratis. For a number of years, the conflict was the glue that was holding these two major powers together. But as soon as this crisis escalated and both actors realized that they cannot assert control over Yemen, this began to cause tensions to grow between Abu Dhabi and Riyadh. And the Emiratis actually pulled out their troops even before the Saudis did. At the moment, the Saudis continue to conduct air attacks on Houthi positions, partly because for Saudis, the crisis in Yemen is very immediate. The crisis because it is actually a border crisis for them. The Houthis actually are just across the border. And also the Houthis are allied with the Iranians and so have access to Iranian drones, which conduct very deadly attacks inside Saudi Arabia. So unfortunately, Yemen will continue to be a big problem for the Saudis for the coming decades, unless there is a kind of a peaceful settlement with Iran. Whereas the Emiratis do not have that immediate concern. And so for them, there is a disengagement from the process in Yemen. There is also another important geopolitical theater which is very hot and which has potential to generate instability across many parts of Africa, and that is the Libya Mediterranean crisis. There is, first of all, resource competition going on between the Turks and the Greeks and the Cypriots. The territory in the Mediterranean has oil and gas potential, and so there is competition by Turkey and these other actors to control. Turkey has also been very much interested in diminishing the power of the Emiratis and the power of Egypt over Libya. And the intervention by the Turks in the Libyan civil war was a game changer because the Turks deployed very sophisticated drones that completely changed the game in Libya. And we also saw the Turks do something similar in the conflict between Azerbaijan and Armenia. And so we are beginning to see a very assertive, very militarized foreign policy by Turkey. And I think it has very direct implications for us because a very assertive and a very aggressively assertive Turkey can be potentially a very destabilizing geopolitical issue or factor in the Horn of Africa, because remember, Turkey also has a stake, a growing security stake in Somalia. They run the Taksom military base, the only military base outside Turkey externally. It churns out hundreds of recruits every month or every 6 months. And the Turks have trained very specialized units of the Somali security and defense forces. For example, the Gorgor commandos. Then there is the Haramat, which is a paramilitary police force. All these specialized forces are being trained and given very lethal training by the Turks. Now, hopefully, all these units will help the Somali state become functional and fight Al-Shabaab. But what if if the state of Somalia basically collapses the way Afghanistan has done and Al-Shabaab takes over? You have the potentially something like roughly 60,000 well-trained, military forces who have nowhere to go, who will potentially end up probably becoming insurgents as well. So I think that implication, that worst-case scenario, is something which needs to be factored into Kenya's security, I think, planning and calculation. So Turkey, I think, is one geopolitical actor, that has a lot of interest and growing stakes. Now, I don't want to be alarmist and say Turkey is just a malign actor. We have seen how Turkey also has become a very smart and a very strategic player in commercial and infrastructure projects in many parts of the Horn. We see that happening in Ethiopia, for example, where the Turks are not just supplying drones, but also they are building roads. They are becoming they are competing for commercial contracts. The same thing also in Somalia. The road between Mogadishu and Afgoye, which is a very strategic road that links Mogadishu to southern Somalia, is being built by the Turks. The Turks control or manage the port of Mogadishu. They also run the airport in Mogadishu. So there is a commercial, dimension to this growing Turkish interest in the Horn. I'm also aware that we in Kenya also bought armored personnel carriers from the Turks. So the Turks are becoming, are diversifying their portfolio. They are much more interested, of course, in selling military hardware and technology to us, but also we should not overlook the Turkish commercial potential as well, because Turkey is a middle power, technologically, advanced, and I think we in Kenya probably could learn a lot from the Turks. There is also another geopolitical crisis which continues to simmer and which continues to evolve, and which has a lot of interest, has interest for us as well, which is the crisis over the Iranian nuclear issue, which is and also the fact that the JCPOA is still in crisis. The Iranians are speeding up their ability to enrich uranium, and there will come a point at which probably the external players, big players who do not want Iran to acquire nuclear weapon, will have to decide either a military action or some other kind of an action to stop. The Israelis in particular have threatened to take unilateral action. This would probably inflame and create a serious conflict in the region. So the potential for serious instability in the Horn, in the Gulf, is actually very real, and a conflict probably is coming. A major war is probably coming, and that would suck the entire Middle East and Levant into greater crisis. And that spillover of that crisis into the Horn, especially competition for the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden, I think it needs to be factored into the equation as well. And the last is the issue of the Grand Renaissance Dam, which has become now this bigger issue, which draws in other actors as well, either as mediators, potential mediators, but also as instigators or people who continue to play one party against another. Turkey, in particular, is positioning itself as a potential mediator, because there is now a delicate process which is going on to try to bring the Saudis and the Emiratis to reconcile with the Turks. So I think a reconciliation between the major Gulf actors is potentially good news for the Grand Renaissance Dam, because that will mean at least Egypt will also have a cause and Sudan as well will find reasons to now engage much more better, much more positively with Ethiopia. I think on the part of Ethiopia, there is a conflict which is going on, and it's becoming, I think, difficult for the government of Abiy to handle both the conflict, both the conflict in Tigray, as well as these delicate negotiations, the Grand Renaissance Dam. But I think if there is reconciliation and no competition and rivalry, then there is a possibility that negotiations can be put on a positive track. But I think this is an issue which I will leave to diplomats to analyze much more deeply. But I think the Grand Renaissance Dam, if it is settled, will really be one strategic victory for the Horn of Africa. And I think all emphasis, all resources must be invested in really finding a resolution to that major geopolitical crisis. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abdi. I didn't want to disrupt Abdi because you can see how passionate he is. All right, he has also worked with the International Crisis Group, and he has raised the fundamental question of the construction of the state. This external, factor that comes in. You have seen that there was a time that the entire Somalia government was built in an hotel in Nairobi, and that refugee government exported back. So these are questions that you need to interrogate Abdi on. And he has also talked about the issue of elite capture. Do the elites have the interests of the people, or is it the elite perpetuation of power? So thank you very much, Abdi, for very critical comments you have made. We are moving to the next. I think you will also note questions so that when we reach the time for questions, you can direct your question to any of the presenters. And we'll only take one round of questions in order to save time, so that as we continue to interact in terms of meals or drinks, it goes on. It does not stop here, but we can continue to interact even outside. So I want us to welcome the next speaker. The next speaker is Professor Mesenbet Asefa. Professor Asefa is Assistant Law Professor at Addis Ababa University School of Law in Ethiopia. He holds a Doctor of Philosophy from the National University of Ireland, Galway in United Kingdom, a Master of Laws, LLM, in Human Rights and Democratization in Africa from UP, University of Pretoria in South Africa. And he holds a Bachelor of Laws, LLB, with distinction from Bahir Dar University in Ethiopia. He has a wide experience in working with both governmental and non-governmental organizations, IGAD, and is also a member of the National Land Reform Council of Ethiopia. And is going to speak to us towards stronger Africa-Middle East relations, key priorities. So Professor, most welcome as you engage the audience. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here and to present at this great conference. I feel it is a topic of huge significance for the obvious reasons that we were discussing yesterday and today. So my presentation would be, I should say that I am not a particular expert on Africa-Middle East relations, but as an observer of the political developments taking place in terms of the relations between Middle East and Africa, I hope to share some insights on not only key priorities, but first of all, also to kind of highlight how that increasing presence of, so how that increasing presence of Middle Eastern countries, especially in the Horn of Africa, manifests itself in terms of security, economic, and political presence. And also maybe a bit of highlight what the key priorities should be in moving forward. I believe that I think that increasing assertiveness and presence of Middle Eastern countries in the Horn of Africa can create also a place of competition rather than a place of cooperation. So I think we need to move from that rivalry and competition to a spirit of cooperation. And I hope to highlight that as we move on. I hope to make a very brief presentation on this. So the first thing I think to point out is that yesterday we had a discussion on why, and I was also asking, I think, why there should be an added value of Africa and Middle East relationship, particularly what can new opportunities be created in this relationship. So the first important point to point out is that there is a shared history of colonialism, neocolonialism, and racism that could galvanize, in some sense, I think, the relationship between Africa and the Middle East. I don't know how that would be projected in terms of, for example, security, economic, and foreign policy relationship, but definitely there are cultural, historical, social affinities that are clearly visible, I think, when we talk about the Middle East and Africa. And that should be, I think, nurtured as we move ahead in terms of increasing the cooperation between Africa and the Middle East. And I'm saying this, I think, I remember, if you recall, the United Nations Security Council meeting on Ethiopia this year, where there was Kenya also. I applaud, by the way, the foreign ministry. And I say this because of all the presentations that were made by all the participant states in the UN Security Council, I would say Kenya caught the heart of Ethiopia and many Africans, because, it's not, taking partisan positions because you are Africa, but they seem to understand the particular problems that we are facing currently in Ethiopia. And these are things that I think that needs to be nurtured in moving forward also in creating common understanding, let's say, between Middle East and African states. So I would say that we have a shared history, cultural and social affinities, but this needs to be translated, for example, in framing our foreign policy posture in the world as such. And that, I think, provides huge opportunity in nurturing Africa and Middle East relationship. Clearly, geographic proximity is also significant because this is a region very close, especially for the Horn region. Middle East is very close. If you look at the distance between the port of Asab in Eritrea and Yemen, it's just 70 kilometers of water in terms of distance. So you can see that this greater geographic proximity can create also huge opportunities in terms of trade, social and tourism, social interactions, and many other spheres of interaction. So I would like to quote, for example, if you look at the increasing, I think, interaction of and presence of Middle East and African states in Africa, the United States Institute for Peace, its 2020 report, states that Africa, especially the Horn of Africa, is now an integral part of the security system of the Middle East, the Indo-Pacific, and the Mediterranean by virtue of the strategic importance and competition for influence over the Red Sea and the states that border and depend upon it for trade and transit. Middle Eastern states are asserting the services of the Horn of Africa in ways unprecedented in at least a century. That's a very, I think, significant, let's say, point that they are making. Many say that since the Second World War, this is the first time that a major rapprochement of Middle Eastern states to Africa is emerging in the Horn of Africa and the Africa region. That's very significant, I think. And we need to be able to nurture that path in moving forward. Many scholars and reporters show that there was, over the past maybe century, there was a strategic neglect of the connection between Africa and the Middle East. That is dramatically changing now. The Middle East now views Africa as a very strategically important partner in security, trade, and many spheres of relationships. And I think that's hugely significant. So from strategically neglect to becoming a very significant, actually, actor in economic, political, and security relationships. So maybe a bit of, I think, just to highlight how that increasing presence, like I said, from strategic neglect to strategic significance, the emergence of the relationship between the Middle East and Africa is emerging. And I think this has been discussed also yesterday and today, but it will not be bad, I think, to highlight how that increasing presence is felt. So if you look at, for example, the United Arab Emirates, it runs military bases in many Horn of African states. It used to have one in Eritrea, in Assab. I don't know if they have now presence there. In Djibouti, Somaliland, UAE's presence is motivated more by security interests, obviously. You have also a more increasing Turkish presence in the Horn of Africa, in Somalia, Sudan, in terms of its security interests. And the Turkish government actually has plans to also develop the port of Suakin, spending more than 2.4 billion US dollars, which is significant, I think, also. If we single-handedly look at Turkish presence in Africa, especially the Horn of Africa and generally in Africa, since its policy of opening to Africa, which was launched formally in 2005, we see significant increase of Turkish presence in Africa. And to demonstrate that, if you look at, for example, the number of Turkish embassies that were in Africa in 2009, there were only 12 embassies in Africa, generally. In 2008, now, after 2008, we have more than 40 embassies that are opened in Africa. So you see a significant, actually, difference in terms of really making their presence felt in Africa. In terms of Turkish trade also with Africa, after 2017, it has now reached more than $19 billion, the Turkish-African trade relationship. You see similar kinds of, I think, broader engagements also by other Middle Eastern countries that should be, I think, that should create more opportunities for engagement and interaction with African states. And also the report, I was just trying to look at also the report that was launched by the Horn Institute yesterday. I had a brief look at it. And I mean, the figures are quite staggering if you look at how trade, for example, grew from 2010, taking as a benchmark to 2017. So Turkish exports to Africa now total about more than $102.9 billion. The same for also United Arab Emirates, which is now between 2010 again and 2017. Now it has reached more than $70 billion. You could see similar figures, I think. I did not show you the slides, but in all the economic and trade relationships, you see a significant increase in trade engagement. I think we were more focused, I think, on discussing yesterday on security issues, but there is also, I think, opportunity for engagements in trade. Rashid mentioned also Turkish presence in Ethiopia. They have significant economic interests in Ethiopia. Most of the textile industries that are run are Turkish industries, actually. So you see a huge, I think, trade relationship. Most, I would say, Ethiopian entrepreneurs go to Turkey, actually, to get goods and services from there. So there is, I think, very exciting economic also interactions that is coming that should be welcomed as such. But in terms of really laying down key priorities, what should be the key priorities for engagement? I will try to highlight some issues that need to be the concern of, I think, both Middle Eastern and African states. The first, I would say, is maritime security. Security issues first of all, but also maritime security. The Suez Canal, you know, and the trading route supporting that route has more than $700 billion annually trade. It covers about $700 billion. And any security problem within that area could create very disruptive, I think, trade. Not only actually to Middle East and Africa, but to the larger world, actually. You remember when that ship was stranded in Egypt the last time, a single ship, let alone a major security problem, created a huge, I think, disruptive international trade. So you could have actually catastrophic consequences if that trade route is not secured, because it's the shortest, the more easier trade route supporting, like I said, more than $700 billion in a year. So that, I think, creates more opportunity for Horn states and African states to utilize this area, but I think there needs to be more collective security effort in ensuring that that route is very safe and secure. Another is piracy, obviously, very disruptive for international trade. We have seen piracy as a major source of a problem for ships passing by the Red Sea area, around Somalia, for example. There needs to be collective effort by African states, Middle Eastern states in securing the route and in ensuring that there are no piracies taking place in that area. Another issue maybe that has not been highlighted very well is the issue of trafficking itself, both trafficking in arms and weapons, smuggling of weapons, and trafficking in persons as well. So that's a major route where these things are happening. And major problem, particularly for African states and Horn states, would be if the Red Sea region becomes, an area for smuggling of weaponry and arms, then it can add fuel conflict in many areas that are susceptible and very vulnerable for conflict in Africa, and particularly in the Horn of Africa. So security and maritime security very important, but more generally, collective security efforts need to be nurtured in moving forward between Middle East and African states. It could be countering terrorism, for example. They have common agenda. Middle Eastern states have common agenda of fighting terrorism. African states have the same, especially Horn states, which have a threat from Al-Shabaab and ISIS. They could have that framework for collective security arrangements when they can have really strong security measures to ensure that counterterrorism efforts are effectively implemented and contain any terrorist threats that come from these groups. I like this issue of collective security because national states do not have the capacity to counter, problems that are some of the security problems that are encountered more recently. For example, we have seen in Mozambique, the state itself was not ready to contain the terrorist threats coming from the north. And how, people may have questions, but I like the idea that, African states took the initiative to ensure collective security efforts in Mozambique. So Rwandan, South African, SADC forces deployed in Mozambique encountering and terrorist threats that come from there. This is very unprecedented and it should be, I think, encouraged. Why not have a collective security arrangement combining both Africa and Middle East for collective security efforts? Because if we shared, our motto is shared peace, shared security, and shared prosperity. If you can't have collective security arrangements to ensure that, then that would be very problematic, I think, in moving forward. Also, you remember also that Qatar had military presence in Djibouti, between Djibouti and Eritrea, because Eritrea and Djibouti had problems. It could be peacekeeping, for example, but instead of Qatar, you could have a Middle East and African force combined to contain any violent outcomes between these two countries, I think, because there is collective interest between these two countries and the larger region, I think, to maintain peace and security. So these are very important key priorities for intervention, and I think in moving ahead and bolstering the cooperation between Middle East and Africa. Dispute settlement, another issue, not only security cooperation, but there are also disputes. Why not facilitate, create, they could mediate, for example, political problems that exist in countries. And if you recall, not many people noticed, but largely Ethiopia's and Eritrea's peace accord was nurtured by the political will of both leaders. It's I think, very clear, and the public desire for that. But also Saudi Arabia was also very supportive to that initiative. So why not create, when there is a political will, Middle Eastern countries can negotiate, mediate political disputes that arise in these countries. Again, you have now problems with Ethiopia and Sudan, Ethiopia and Egypt. I think there is a level of openness, if there is a level of political openness to resolve these disputes by Middle Eastern African countries, because I see the West is a bit far politically, diplomatically from us. So, and always, like I said, the shared cultural affinities, political affinities that we have with Middle Eastern countries can make it easier to facilitate political settlements that in disputes that may come among states. Now, maybe because we are talking about key priorities, I think maybe one thing I personally believe should be the focus of an important priority area for intervention should be supporting Sudan and Ethiopia. Sudan and Ethiopia are undergoing transformational political changes. There is no doubt about it. you know, with Rashid, we disagree on what's happening in Ethiopia, and that's okay. But the political changes that took place in Ethiopia are transformational. There was a dominant party that ruled Ethiopia for 30 years. It could not deliver as much as what the public wanted. The political change that came was highly supported by the public. We seem to navigate how to go forward in terms of the political changes taking place in Ethiopia. But definitely change was needed in these countries. There is no doubt. I think what many people would agree is that the Sudanese political change and the Ethiopian political change was inevitable in a way. So the problem would be, how do you sustain to make sure that change benefits the larger public and create a path for sustainable peace and development? I have not seen, I think, a concerted effort, really, to be honest, in terms of helping these two states. I singled out them because research indicates that, like I said, the political changes taking place in these two countries have been very transformational in many ways. In moving ahead, they have serious security problems, political problems. But what can, for example, Middle East countries have a role to play in nurturing the political changes taking place in both countries? Because, mind you, if you remember, Jeffrey Feltman, who is now the special envoy for the United States in Horn Africa, he said that, if problems happen in Ethiopia, it could make Syria look like a child's play. That was a very, I didn't like the way he said it, but, because yes, I have to say personally, I didn't like the way he said it, but it can show you, I think, how people are very cautious of political developments taking place in Ethiopia and Sudan. Ethiopia is the second, probably most populous country in Africa, with significant security, political influences, and anything that could happen there could have catastrophic consequences. So for me, maybe in the discussions that we had yesterday and today, I have not seen much focus on Sudan and Ethiopia, which I think should be a significant area of focus, I think, for engagement with Middle East countries. So that's, I think, an area that should be worked upon. And I believe there is an element of cooperation to nurture in moving forward in that path. Okay, so socio-economic cooperation, I mentioned security issues, but socio-economic cooperation is also very significant. There is no doubt about it. I have mentioned that the Red Sea region, has, is a trade route for more than $700 billion a year. That's very significant. It offers huge opportunity for African states to use that route as an important trading route with Middle East and the rest of the world. So that should be very important. But also Middle East countries, in terms of the research that I have seen also from the Horn Institute's publication, because they are the second, if I get it right, the second Africa's biggest investors was in terms of number of projects and capital investment. That's very huge, actually, after the European Union. So that path should be nurtured in terms of economic cooperations that exist between Middle East and Africa. Another sector I feel in terms of key economic areas of intervention and cooperation is energy. So research indicates that the Horn of Africa and Africa generally is a global energy market for particularly hydrocarbon resources. So it can offer huge, I think, opportunity, not only, I think, hydrocarbon resources, but also water resources. The Horn of Africa is the source of the Nile. I personally believe that it should not be a source of dispute. Rashid mentioned the Great Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. As for me, it should be a huge potential for cooperation rather than competition. And we can nurture that path, I think, in moving ahead. But water resources, many experts say that water could be a huge area of, resource competition in the future. But in the Horn of Africa and the Middle East, I think we can create a path for collective water security and sharing the resources that we have in Africa. Another area which I thought was maybe neglected was agriculture and food security. Very significant area of cooperation. Africa, research indicates that has more than 60% uncultivated arable land. Now, if you recall, in 2008, when there was the global financial crisis, the single most important or the single significant increase
in prices was on food prices, if you remember. And there was a global food crisis actually. And then immediately there was a scramble for land and everybody trying to cultivate and produce food. But I thought that should be nurtured in a more calmer and strategic manner. Because if you recall, the moment the scramble for land in Africa was initiated, the rights groups accused multinational companies of land grabs, and the strategy was not really very helpful. So for me, there needs to be a very well-studied, articulated, I think, cooperative framework on agriculture and food security between Middle East and Africa. Because like I said, more than half, 60% arable land in Africa is not cultivable. So there is a lot actually. We can offer more land for cultivation and food security. We don't have technology. We don't have capital, but we have arable land, 60%. That is a significant area of, I think, cooperation for Middle East and Africa. I have time a bit. Okay, so also labor mobility. This was also mentioned yesterday. Closer geographic proximity means that both skilled and unskilled labor can be easily moved, and there should be a greater, I think, cooperative framework in that sense. Now the labor mobility, for example, from Ethiopia and the rest of the regions is more on unskilled labor, but I think that should be nurtured in terms of really also using skilled labor, for example. What we have seen is, for example, in terms of COVID outbreak, shortage in health professionals, yes, has been very significant, and we can, I think, use both skilled labor and unskilled labor in terms of facilitating trade and investment in these regions. I am told that I don't have much time. The last point I wanted to say, just a minute, maybe would be, I feel there is huge and resurgence, rapprochement of Middle Eastern states in Africa and the Horn of Africa, but we should not make that as a place of competition. Horn of Africa and Africa should be a place for cooperation, and I believe that we can create a framework for moving ahead for shared peace, prosperity, and security rather than competition. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, distinguished speakers. I want to appreciate you that you are very loyal. You didn't disturb us to use the force we have. You have been very diplomatic. So I think the question Professor Seif has raised is this, that Africa seems to have all the resources, but there's no continent that has had very many programs on poverty, that you are rich, but people target you through poverty. So allow me to invite my colleague, Dr. Mumonzao, to take and I think Abdi also raised a very important question, that Turkey is supporting Somalia. But if you go to Mogadishu airport, you find that Turkey is collecting taxes. I couldn't believe it in Somalia. Are there no Somalis to collect taxes? All right, Dr. Mzao.
Thank you very much. Very, very good discussions. I can see a lot of questions from our online audience, as well as those here. I think in 3 minutes, I would like to say a few things to sort of rouse a little, so that we can see how to better and come up with meaningful Africa-Middle East relations going forward. Mr. Ibui is telling us about the importance of globalization. Globalization of what? Capital, globalization of labor, globalization of technology. But there's something else you can globalize that is very bad. Ideas, bad ideas. And it is bad ideas that are bringing what Islamic scholars used to say, fitna. And we want to tell our Middle East friends, UAE, United Arab Emirates, whether it is our friends in Riyadh, our friends in Qatar, our friends in Doha, our friends in Abu Dhabi, our friends in Oman, our friends in Yemen, that this fitna, this question of pointing out who is supposed to have been funding who in the context of this whole extremism is ruining the world. And we are telling our friends in the Middle East, as friends, Sub-Saharan Africa, North Africa, that we can make the world better for ourselves, for cooperation, for development. If we reduce all this fitna, we don't need it. We don't need Ansar Din, Ansar Sharia. We don't need Jihadiyya Salafiyya. We don't need Jamaatul Ahli Dawat wal Jihad. We don't need Al-Qaeda. We don't need Ansar Sunnah. We don't need Harakat al-Shabaab al-Mujahideen. We don't need those things. What we need is globalization of ideas. We want to take you back to Gamal Abdel Nasser. He told us there will be 3 circles of the world. Egypt, he wanted Egypt. I want to start from Professor Kagwanja yesterday. Egypt will be the leader of 3 circles. He wanted to say Arab world, Islamic world, and Africa. And we are coming to you as Africa. And we are telling you that United Arab Emirates, Israel, Iran, Iraq, our friends in the entire place, you cannot finish the market in Africa. You cannot finish the investment, the labor in Africa. You cannot invest enough in agriculture. All that combined, you cannot exhaust it. Don't try to explain us about extremism. We know extremism from Abu Sayyaf, from Imarat Kaskav, up to Jaish Muhammad. We know their problems. In other places in the world, we know about Jewish extremism, Nazis. We know about people who want to kill Rohingya Muslims. We know about extremism. Of course, we know our own problems. And for example, Professor Asefa is pointing to some of our own problems. Let us work together to help you to reduce the many swaths of ungoverned species that fitna has caused down there in Yemen and the whole place, so that you don't export it here. We don't need it. We don't need it in Libya. And then when Dr. Abu Yub was talking about Arab Spring, indeed, I wrote about it. I was very encouraged to write with Professor Matanga. Look at my commentary, my article with Professor Matanga on Arab Spring. We thought it's a new dawn of political change. We were wrong. And I remember Gaddafi telling the BBC, man, you are sponsoring Al-Qaeda to come and remove me. You will regret. The man died in the desert. And then later, total chaos. What a tragedy, Arab Spring. What a tragedy. Arab Spring, what a bad idea. And unsustainable political change that has not helped anyone except bring all these groups, Abu Sayyaf, Al-Murabtun, to Africa. Al-Qaeda in Arab Maghreb. We don't need this. We have a lot of things we can do with Middle East and Africa. Don't tell us who has done what where. We know about the extremism. We don't need it. We don't need that fitna. If I was the imam, I would have said, I've declared fatwa on all this. And therefore, let us think about these things so that we ask ourselves, how can Gamal Abdel, we bring now, re-engineer the dream of Gamal Abdel Nasser that Africa, we have common histories. We are global South. We have Swahili culture. We go to Abu Dhabi, we go to the whole place. We have a lot of cultural friendships. How can we nurture them from the port of Lapset, port of Lamu, up to Tangier port in Morocco, and vice versa? All these dry land ports in the middle, what are you going to take with all that? So there's more to invest. And let's think about these things. We can say much, but let's pick a few questions. We can start anywhere. I want you to unblind this one so that I can pose a few questions very quickly. Dr. Mustafa, then Dr. Fatma Ali, Brigadier, Ambassador. Who is that back there? Is that Dr. Nyukuri? That's right. And they are single. In that order, very quickly, Dr. Mustafa. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Mumunzao. Just two comments.
One question each?
I don't have a question, just comment.
Okay.
Really, what Titus started us off with, and it was very deliberate, starting us off with investments and development. Without development, we are not going to have peace, and without peace, we are not going to have development. Believe it's Kofi Annan who enunciated this at the United Nations when he was the Secretary General there. And the call to welcome investments, solid investments based on complementarity between the Middle East and Africa is really something that we need to take on moving forward. And particularly the opportunities that are there that Titus Ebui mentioned, the Lamu port, all the way to Douala is something that the investors, particularly from the capital-rich Middle Eastern countries, can take advantage of working together with their African counterparts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just before I take the next one, there's some questions here for Dr. Abuyob. What are the implications of the current governance crisis in Tunisia? Something like that, there's a bit of a struggle for power there and issues of, transformation and so on. What are your views on that? How has the Gulf crisis affected security and stability across Africa? I think that has been alluded to. Those go to Dr. Abuyob. Rashid Abi, Taliban has been classified as a terrorist group and now now as a ruling party. What is your comment on that? Interesting to hear from Abdi on that. What are the critical aspects of Middle Eastern security relationship with Africa? I think you mentioned some of those. You may want to just and then to Professor Assefa, there is how can African countries and Middle East powers coordinate political, security, economic needs and so on? You mentioned that, but you may want to just add value. What strategies and policy measures should Africa countries and regional multilateral institutions employ to ensure that African interests match those of external actors? So how can Africa clean up its house and that kind of thing? So Dr. Fatma, very fast, and then, like that.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nzao. First and foremost, I'd like to congratulate and thank the panelists. I think this was very enlightening. I have two questions, one for Rashid and the other one for Dr. Assefa. So Rashid, I think your presentation was very comprehensive in terms of giving us an overview about the security consideration, in Africa and Middle East. However, I was a bit curious in terms of the missing puzzle. For me, Iran is a missing puzzle. I don't know, maybe you could tell us why is Iran invisible? What is happening? Does it mean that Iran does not have interest in Africa? If it has, where is it visible? Because I think that is a bit, you talked about the Iran nuclear, but I'm a bit curious, where is Iran? The second question is for Dr. Assefa. I think you really showered us with a lot of good ideas. I really like the idea of the peacekeeping mission between Africa and Middle East, if that is possible, and this maritime security. However, I have a question for you. How do African states deal with interference from Middle East? If you look at the case between Kenya and Somalia, you know that the Middle East is very much invested and involved. So how do African countries solve such problems without the interference of the Middle East? Thank you very much.
Very good. There was, who was next there? Yes, so Brigadier, and then Ambassador, then we'll get there. So Brigadier, very quickly, just one quick fire.
I hope I can do it. Thank you very much, Dr. Nzao. Let me first thank our four presenters for a very good presentation. Well done indeed. But however, having sat here from yesterday, I'm a bit worried in the sense that what I see as cooperation between Africa and Middle East is mainly in the area of trade. Other than that, I see nothing else. And in this, I want to comment that 90% of international peacekeeping is in these two regions. 90% of the unstable states in the world is in this region. 90% or more of poverty is in these two regions. What I see, other than trade, is competition as opposed to cooperation. That's what I see. And I'm trying to look out for initiatives that address common security problems, common political problems. And I see none at all. In fact, what I see is the Middle East filling the gap left by the West. When you see the Turkey-Qatar axis and the Saudi-Abu Dhabi axis, what are we talking about? The other day, I was sitting somewhere, I was being told that the Arab League was asking for military observers to help them oversee the situation in the region. They died out again. But in terms of the two coming together to try and address these common problems of security, political, I see no effort. I want to hear from the team. What initiatives have taken place or are there for two countries to address the serious political and security issues and bring this to an end? Thank you.
Thank you, Brigadier Ahmed. Ambassador Mbaya?
Thank you very much. Again, I join the others in commending the presenters, but there are three issues. One was actually raised yesterday, and I don't think anybody made a comment. The first is the question of Palestine, because it cuts across the Middle East, the foreign policy initiatives, all of it, whether it is Israel, whether it is Arab nations, that is a major problem. The second is the tribal wars, Arab tribal wars between the Shia and the Sunni interpretation of Islam. And until we deal with that problem, I think it may be difficult even to think about the investment issues that have been raised this morning. How do we develop structural relations between Middle East and Africa if we have not addressed the issue of the tribal wars between the Sunnis and the Shia? And lastly, I think globalization has created a big problem, because globalization is not directed from the Middle East nor Africa. It is directed by the West. The West still controls the levers of development partnerships in the world. How do we then, as Africa, as the Horn, deal with the issues that are being raised here until we understand the relationship between the West and how it controls the Middle East and how it controls Africa? So I think we need to deal with issues which probably will affect the overall relations in terms of understanding how we can actually enable African countries, Middle Eastern countries to come together in the context of globalization. Thank you.
Wonderful. Let's get to Dr. Nyukuri, just behind the ambassador there. Very nice. When is the last time Jumuiya Afrika al-Maghribi, Arab Maghreb met? 2008, the last time they met, just imagine. So very important questions there that ambassador and the others are trying to raise. Dr. Nyukuri, please. And then we'll go to Mwachofi Singo. Then we let the presenters respond, and then we'll get to a second round. We'll start with Ambassador Mohamed Guyo, then Kanohanda, and then like that. There's a lady behind there, Kadurima, like that. Okay, very well. Go on, Dr. Nyukuri.
Okay, thanks presenters for the good presentations. Mine is a quick one. Since yesterday, we've been speaking about, increased labor mobility and good earnings from the diaspora. But there's one particular incident that are really disturbing me, even as I sit here. We've had in the recent past, disturbing cases of, those providing skills at the household level in the countries that they migrate to. So between these two regions. But then there's a lot of violence vetted on this particular people providing this kind of skills. So just to ask the panel, how can we collectively address these relations? Where are we at in terms of addressing such? It might be at a very low level, but how are we addressing this? My second question goes to the LAPSET, that is Professor Ibui, I think. We note that a lot of activities happened around, Lamu in terms of Al-Shabaab increments, people being moved into, radicalization and all that. Then we had a lot of many legislations coming up in the country on how to, to do the counter terrorism measures, even with bills coming up and all that. But there was hope that, oil in Turkana will be part of that will address or support these budgets of counterterrorism. But then in the recent past, we've seen cuts in defense budgets. We don't see oil coming in from Turkana. So what are we doing as a country, particularly Kenya, to address this particular issue in terms of, develop mega projects such as LAPSSET? Thank you.
Very well, Singo Machofi, finally, and then we'll get the second round. Carry on.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, the panelists. I have a question each for Professor Mbui and Abdi and Dr. Ayabo in Morocco.
Yeah.
First, Dr. Aboyoub, you seem to indicate in your presentation that the Arab Spring has or did have a positive impact in the context of democratization in North Africa. My question to you is about the democratization project in Africa in general. Where do you think it stands? Because some studies show that for the last few years, the democratization project in Africa stalled, all right? So where do you see it from where you sit? Then for Abdi, Abdi has presented quite interesting scenarios, and he projects that if nothing is done, then Somalia can easily become the next Afghanistan. But he does not proffer any possible solutions. What, Abdi, do you think needs to be done to check that? And finally, Professor Mbui, the presentation you made on LAPSSET quite timely. My question to you is that we only seem to hear about the Lamu port in the context of the LAPSSET. What about the other projects? What about the other infrastructural projects? For example, the pipeline. Where are we on the issue of the pipeline? Where are we on the issue of the grand road that we had and railway that was supposed to pass through from Lamu through Isiolo to Lokchar and linking South Sudan? Are these projects still on the pipeline or they stopped? Thank you.
Wonderful. Now, before the panel reacts, we will start with Dr. Aboyoub. Dr. Aboyoub, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Thank you for all these questions. I will start with the last one, which is democratization. Can you hear me?
Try to be very brief. I can hear you very well. Yeah.
Democratization in Africa. Actually, let me just be clear. When I talked about the impact of the Arab Spring, maybe I gave the impression that it was a positive, but I meant by it positive at the beginning from the sense that people realized that they could take matters in their own hand instead of waiting for a top-to-bottom approach to democratization. They will have to ask themselves for their governments to be more accountable. From that sense, it was positive. People started to understand that they are actors; they're not just subjects. But of course, when this Arab Spring was hijacked a few years back, and then it turned into violence and conflict, then I think it made people afraid of what things could turn like in the future. Now, globally, I think we are in an age of crisis of democracy everywhere. It's not an African or an Arab or an Asian thing. It's even in the West. I think we now have to revisit the concept of democracy, whether it's just procedure through elections or is it something much bigger. There is a lack of trust in institutions all over the world. We see it in Europe, we see it in the US, we see the rise of populism. And I hope that this will not affect Africa, because what I'm afraid of is that this process of democratization that started is being now stalled or stopped because we might see a new wave of authoritarianism again. This is not determinism, this is just a caution. Things could develop differently, but again, it's not only an African issue, it's overall. Now let me turn to the question about Tunisia. This is linked to this question, actually. What's happened in Tunisia recently is that it's basically nipping in the bud the only positive transition in the whole African continent. People really believe that Tunisia is doing it by themselves, peacefully. It's the only country actually that there was no foreign intervention in 2011, and it's actually the Tunisian civil society who managed to do it, which is a great example. If it succeeds, it shows that Africans can do things by themselves. They don't need outside interventions to help them or mediate for them. But what's happening recently actually is giving the counter example, and it's quite dangerous. It shows that we are not ready yet, as some people have always said, for peaceful transition of power. Whether we like the Nahda party or not, it's not about which political party rules. It's about accepting once and for all that we need to go with the institutional arrangement and the rule of law, and make sure that we have really peaceful transition of power. We have to get out of this binary choice where either we have political Islam or we have dictatorships, either authoritarianism or populism. There must be a third way, and this is what the Tunisians should look for. Now, this links me to the third question, which is the Gulf competition effect. Tunisia is a case in point. What happened in Tunisia recently is actually the result of a competition that started in 2011. You have the axis of UAE, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, versus the other axis, which is Turkey, Qatar. And this has shown now clearly that the first axis has won this competition in Tunisia for now. And the danger that I see coming immediately is the effect on Libya, because we have elections coming on 24th of December. I'm not sure that they will be held, given what's happening in Tunisia, because the Tripoli powers, which are more aligned with Qatar and Turkey, and then they will see that the elections are not probably going to guarantee their existence in the future, and maybe they will resort to more violence.
All right. Wonderful. Shukran. That's a good one, and I think we are doing well. I wanted Mr. Titus Sibui, just to make a remark. There was not a direct question to him, but to react to some of the issues we have raised, and then he will pass it on to Rashid Abi.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. I think I have two specific questions which I'll be able to answer, but I want to make us, a comment. One of the common things that we have to do to improve the relationships between the people is to respect our differences. You are Muslim, I'm a Christian. I can't change you to be a Christian, or you change me to be a Muslim. I'm a Jew, you are an Arab or Palestine. You are a Black African, white African. You are Shia, you are Sunni. Those are the differences which we have, and we have to respect. Respect me for who I am. I respect you for who you are. If we are able to give dignity to our differences, most of our problems won't be resolved. I think, to me, that's a general statement or comment I would like to make towards some of the challenges that we are experiencing and we are talking about in this, in this forum. To be specific, what are we doing about violence that we have, been seen in parts of Lamu, where the Al-Shabaab, have been cited. One of the things that we have been able to do as LAPSSET is we have realized that if you open up the area where there are those, radicals or extremists, we'll be able to resolve, we've been able to resolve 70% of those attacks. So we are embarking on roads, construction of roads. We have a road now connecting towards Somali from Lamu, going to Kiunga area. That is already being tarmacked. We have experienced we have created the road. The road now through the Boni Forest in Lamu has been done. We have not had any attack out of that. It used to take 7 days for somebody to move, a lorry to move from Moyale to Nairobi. Today, it's an 8-hour journey because the road, the infrastructure in terms of road is there. So if we're able to do the infrastructure development, some of these radical, some of these instances of attacks, highly reduced. So that's what we are doing as LAPSSET. Yes, there was a question of where are we with other projects other than Port of Lamu. We apologize as LAPSSET because I think we have not been very active in trying to give visibility to some of the developments that have taken place. We have created the 3 berths on 200 acres, which was just nothing but ocean. That's what we call the port. The 3 berths have already, they are ready in Lamu. They were operationalized 2 months ago. And we are having the commissioning of the 3 berths by the end, sometimes in November. We have been able to do, as we speak, the road is being constructed from Lamu to Garissa. We've finished the road from Isiolo to Moyale, which is over 500 kilometers. Right now, we are doing 330 kilometers of road from Lokcha to the border of South Sudan and Kenya, a town called Nakodok. 330, that road is complete. The only area which is not complete is a 10-kilometer journey, which is because of the dispute between South Sudan and Kenya. Because South Sudan, when South Sudan got independence, before that, they had asked the then president of Kenya, Moi, to occupy some piece of land at the border so that they could, put up their camp. Now, with time, they are claiming that area to be theirs. So that dispute is now holding the road from being completed, the 330 kilometers. Out of that, the airport in Isiolo is complete. The airport of Manda Island is already, it will be completed. Expansion has been done and it will be completed by next month. So there's a lot of activities that are taking place in the LAPSSET programs. And I think it's a matter of time, Kenyans will be able to see that money which has been invested from Exchequer has been worth it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Titus Ibui is only saying that that development, good governance, and healthy competition and cooperation can take us far. Wonderful. Thank you. Kindly, Rashid Abdi, try as much so that Dr. Kanenji is already telling me we have eaten half into our tea time. So, about 15 minutes late. So, let's give it a try.
I don't know. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
So I think there was a question from Fatma. Let me deal with that because probably it's the one which is easiest. The missing puzzle, Iran. Iran is a nation that is now self-absorbed. It is dealing with a serious economic crisis, largely brought about by US-imposed sanctions. It is also dealing with a lot of internal pressures. There was an election recently in which a hardliner was elected. So there is more risk of greater confrontation in the coming months and years. But clearly, Iran is still a geopolitical actor. I think the killing of General Qasem Soleimani has had huge impact on its ability to project military might and power beyond its borders. Qasem Soleimani was a great proponent of what is called forward defense. He took the fight to the enemies. He did not wait for the enemy to come to the border. He took the war to Lebanon, to Palestine, and many other theaters, Yemen especially. So I think the impact of Qasem Soleimani has also had, the death has had an impact on the ability of Iran to project power beyond its borders. But that said, I think still it's a middle power with huge military resources, and I think ambition also beyond its borders. So I think at some point, Iran will still be a player. We know that for example, that the Iranians have supplied the Ethiopian government with drones, Muhajir 9, which has been used in some of the combat. So it is clearly, I think, interested in the Horn of Africa. I hope that answers the question. Taliban is now coming to power for the second time after a 20-year break. From the first, I think, press conferences and the way they have been behaving since then clearly shows that there is an intent to reassure the world that they have learned lessons and they are moderate now. But we have also seen a massive exodus out of the country. Professionals, women, journalists, and everyone is fleeing the country. The Americans are airlifting them. We don't know at what point there will be a stop to this. And the country is really hemorrhaging, professionals. So the Taliban eventually may decide that they will have to govern the country without its most competent people. So that causes a big problem. Yes. Just to wrap up, the Taliban is also backed by Pakistan, and that will be a significant, I think, element to consider. If Pakistan puts pressure on the Taliban to moderate its views, then there is prospect of Taliban becoming a more moderate force. I think I'll talk to him on the sidelines.
Thank you. Thank you. I think there were so many questions. Maybe I would like to, if there are similar questions, to address them in a similar way. So how to frame the Africa-Middle East relations, and Fatuma's question, maybe it's related with how do we contain maybe external influences and Africa itself, ways that it can solve its own problems. I think the framework for Africa and African states, including the Horn, should be, their strategic engagement should be collective. So if you have African Union, it has many, I think, institutions that are capable to deal with issues of trade, security, foreign policy, and many issues. One of the Horns, I think, the publication's recommendations was that instead of having bilateral, for example, engagements, multilateral engagements would be more productive. So either it is trade or security issues. So I think that should be the path forward. And I remember King Abdullah saying regarding the African Union and how Arab states lag behind in terms of the institutional architecture that African Union has put. So we have institutions, we have very strong institutions that we can use to mediate and to resolve conflicts as well as engagements in trade. I think that's the way forward, because we don't have time. I don't want to delve too much. But the lady that mentioned on domestic workers and unskilled laborers, I think it's yes, it's very tragic because, as you know, many domestic workers, including from Ethiopia, could travel to the Middle East for work, and sometimes there are reports of victimizations. But this can be, I think, addressed again through a collective framework. Why not have an agreement on migrant workers, for example, collectively between Middle East and African states that could address these concerns? I think eventually, for me, dealing with all these issues collectively would be much, I think, productive in addressing all the social and economic and security concerns of African and Middle East countries. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Colleagues, Dr. Handa, we apologize. Your questions will carry them to the next session because we are really running late. And I would appeal to distinguished participants that we can pick tea and then we come in, because we need to start the next session at exactly 11:30. You can make as many trips as your appetite will allow, but allow me to ask you kindly to appreciate these distinguished panelists. And secondly, please thank the two of us. You have seen how we have been cooperating here. So on that note, we collectively hand over power peacefully to the organizers. Thank you very much.
So we start.
11:30.
Kindly proceed to tea, because the more you talk there, go and have tea kindly. Sheikh.
I cannot get on now. Asshole, he's on there. You can't do it.
Check.
Eritrea, Ethiopia,
Congo,
Burundi, Sudan,
Kenya,
South Sudan,
Somalia, Djibouti. Countries in the Horn of Africa and Great Lakes region share many common features, but there is also great diversity among them, rendering each of them unique in many respects. While there are formidable social and political constraints that have benighted the region, the Horn Institute believes that action informed by research and analysis could lead to real progress.
Somalia has been in conflict for much of the last 25 years.
Kenya, where the terrorist group Al-Shabaab and Islamic State continue to lure young Muslims.
The Institute exists to contribute to research on multi-directional interlinkages of internal and external factors that would shape national, regional, and international policies.
Horn Institute, Horn Institute, the Horn Institute.
Horn Institute. Horn Institute. Its key focus areas include security.
Hello, good morning.
Conflict resolution.
Yes,
Again,
I'm
you okay?
Yahya Zubir is on my lines. That's why now I can see it. Let me see if I can get back on. I'm trying to get on, but it says leave and join.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting into our next session, the second session this morning. And it is a session on geopolitical perspectives. And I like the word geopolitical.
I'm sorry?
Makes a lot of sense.
Yes, when I wasn't on, when it was very early in the morning, he's in France. So I said, fine, but
Prizes, three presenters.
Let me see if I can get on again now. I was on yesterday.
It's my pleasure to be the moderator or the dictator of the session. I'm pleased that I don't have to say much.
Just says recording in progress. I can't get
on. A lot
on.
of people, some of them, my classmates, have said a lot of things.
Gosh, I can't get on now.
It's time to hear something about geopolitical perspectives of Africa-Middle East relations. And from yesterday's discussion and a little bit of this morning, we are listening to the ambassador from Morocco and to my classmates, Kagwanja, and some other people. There was a question of redefinition. Should we throw out this one term called Middle East? Because it makes no sense from the African perspective. So maybe that's something that can be thought about. Now, the presentation is first by Professor Alexi Lonin, who is a Kenyan from Finland. Then we have Ambassador Mohamed Guyo, who is an authority on the IGAD authority, and a long-time functionary of the Kenyan diplomatic undertaking. And we have our last presenter, Professor Michael Bishku from Augusta, Georgia, will be coming to us by way of the machines, the computers, the internet. So our first presenter is Alexi Ilonin. It's somebody I've known for some time in class and as colleague at USIU. He has a wealth of experience in research in the Horn, and his stories are amazing of what he went through doing research. So I'll not get into all those things. So, Alexi, 15 minutes, no more.
Okay, so COVID protocols are observed. Thank you, Chair. I'm very happy to be here. It's a very interesting conference, particular interest area of mine, of course, Greater Horn of Africa in my research. But we have talked a lot about the areas where we are right now and the areas north of us and their relations with Middle East. But I'd like to point out in my presentation that, of course, Africa is much more than just the Horn of Africa. And this is something in which I will I would say, venture out of my comfort zone because I'm not an expert in West Africa and so forth. But I think there are a few points that I'd like to raise that perhaps we haven't really addressed up to now. So this presentation is not supposed to be. It's not supposed to be sort of a comprehensive analysis, but rather tease out some points, particularly going into the sphere of economic relations. So I was given the title Geopolitics and Africa-Middle East Relations Today. But let me just get started here. So I'd just like to point out that, of course, geography continues to matter in global politics and international relations. And of course, this is quite obvious to most of us who are here today and those of us who are following online. But it is perhaps less obvious to some of those who advocate globalization as a form of deterritorialization, meaning that territories themselves appear to matter less, and that that idea that physical contact and so forth might be less important with the communication revolution and so forth. And of course, geopolitics in itself might be at odds with this at a certain level. So I would argue that geographical variables influence the decisions and behavior of political actors and continue to do so. And this is particularly salient in the case of Africa-Middle East relations. So things like what we normally associate with geopolitics, topography, demography, resources, natural resources, but also human resources, agricultural resources. Food security is one important factor that a number of Gulf states in particular look into when they are looking towards Africa, and that continues to be a factor. Strategic locations, and most of you who are here today would understand what I mean by this when we look at these relations, strategic locations and control of them. Being it now something called ports, being it islands, being it coastline, and so forth, being it other kinds of strategic locations that of course become an important in relations such as the Africa-Middle East relations, particularly because of the proximity of the Horn of Africa with the Arabian Peninsula. Now, in the context of, if we think about the globalized political economy or global economy, of course, many of us who venture into looking at international relations and its theory, geoeconomic considerations have become increasingly salient and important in understanding international relations. And of course, by this concept, we would now join the spatial, so the geographic, the spatial and political aspects with economies and resources. So it is somehow offshoot concept from geopolitics, but recently particularly popular. So economic aspects of bilateral and multilateral relations are currently particularly accentuated. We talk a lot about economic diplomacy being a very important factor, and it's a factor in these relations as well. Now, if we think about particularly relations between a number of the Gulf actors and Horn of African states, we can see how the relations are largely transactional. And this transactionalism, of course, in itself, the word itself is largely economic, right? I give you something, you give me something, right? Whatever that is. Oftentimes we look at from the side of the Gulf actors, we would say, okay, yes, it's financial, it's finances, petrodollars, which are coming our way, perhaps here. And from our side, we would give various kinds of what we would call resources, most likely. This could be political influence, and so forth. And this has been particularly salient, of course, with Gulf actors and their relations with the Horn of African states. All right, next slide. So Great power competition. And we haven't really talked about that too much here, but I would say that it's again framing the global geopolitical landscape and geoeconomic landscape. I'm saying again, because of course this was very important during the Cold War. And right now, of course, we have two powers in the world that really rise above others, and the competition is becoming fierce. Of course, from the side of the United States, of course, this competition has been framed largely as a security competition. But from the side of China, it has been clearly more economic. Now, middle powers, and that was actually middle powers were just mentioned in some of the last presentations, or regional powers, if you will. They play an important role, especially in their neighborhood. And sometimes we can see that their role in their own neighborhood might be even more important than those of the great powers. But it's not always so, of course. And this is particularly, we can see a very tight connections with Middle East actors and great powers. Particularly, we can see in the Horn of Africa, the relationship between the UAE and the United States, in which we could almost, in light of recent developments, we could almost say that UAE, to a certain extent, is American client or a proxy. Okay, this might sound very controversial, but we could even go that far and claim that. So in the bigger picture, though, there seems to be a gradual, general tendency of moving from security or military and resource extraction and aid-focused approaches increasingly towards economic partnership with Africa. And I'm talking in a bigger context. I'm not only talking about Middle East and its approaches towards Africa, but in a bigger picture. And there seems to be at least a requirement of starting to look at these relations in a more equal basis. More equal basis because that's good for business. Now, if we have sort of a very unequal power status between the states involved in a let's say, a bilateral relationship, it appears that in that case, this really is the case. But then when we're talking about competing actors, which see themselves as at a similar power level, for example, then perhaps security factors and the other ones are still much more important. So strategic, commercial, and production-based access to markets and particularly production-based access to markets has become increasingly important. So we can see how there is more investment in Africa, which is actually in terms of producing locally. And this is a trend that has been there, but it is not particularly salient trend with Middle Eastern actors so far. We could say that perhaps with Turkey, that is the case, perhaps less with the Gulf actors so far, except we could say, of course, Saudi Arabia and its ventures, particularly in terms of agriculture, in Ethiopia, to Sudan, maybe to a certain extent. Okay, so yeah, let's go to the next one. So what are the geopolitical trends? I'm trying to tease out some of them here. What might be the geopolitical trends today, in actuality, when we're talking in terms of Africa and Middle East relations. Like I said, great power competition again is intense and influences these relations. It is quite clear. Then, of course, there is the which has been talked about quite a lot here yesterday, especially about the destabilizing effect of competition, of a regional hegemony and influence. And of course, here we would have Saudi-Iran competition. We would have perhaps even more importantly right now, of course, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Turkey, Qatar axis. And of course, the influence related to that. But again, what I mentioned before, we should look at this competition also in the context of great power competition, right? So how independent might this be, or how dependent might this competition actually be of the big power or the great power competition? These actors, and of course their African counterparts, have a very variable autonomy and constrained space in their foreign policy maneuvering in these relations, and in the relations with great powers as well. And this is something that we need to think about. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Now, one point that to me is quite obvious here, because of proximity, and the next speaker will be talking about the Red Sea, so I will not go too much into it. But because of proximity, we can see that particularly the Gulf actors seem to be much more security oriented in the Horn of Africa than they are elsewhere in Africa. Actually, their investment elsewhere seems to be much more economic and profit-based. The idea is there so much more profit-based in that way. And I think this is particularly important here. We think if we take a UAE again, we look at Angola, we look at Nigeria, South Africa. Investments there have been quite different from how their approach has been in the Red Sea region, for example. Saudi Arabia. Many of you might know already, they want 500 doctors from Nigeria right now. They have been working with South Africa with more or less with success, but and also Gulf of Guinea has been particularly interested, especially because of hydrocarbons. Of course, Sahel and the Horn of Africa are particularly, ideologically speaking, interesting areas for the Saudi and also for Iran, by the way. And Iran has been trying to make inroads, especially in Nigeria, in this regard. Then we can think about Qatar, for example, its recent purchases in Rwanda related to logistics, airline industry, and so forth. And airline industry in itself is very interesting because most of these actors actually have these important airlines that carry us throughout the world. Turkey is another one of those, and Turkish Airlines, I believe, has the most destinations in Africa currently. Turkish investment also seems to be going other ways from the Horn of Africa right now. There might be a certain disillusionment of what's going on. And and Turkey is very much focused on other areas in Africa. It is very interesting how here in Kenya, for example, Turkey has come very strongly already, and we can see that. Some of the speakers were talking about maybe they have potential here, but they are already here, and they're very strongly here, commercially, very strongly here. And not only in Kenya. I think Turkey is doing very well, particularly in economics. And sometimes I would like to sometimes see that, we talk about Horn of Africa, and we're very focused on that, and of course, the institute is. But perhaps sometimes when we focus on that too much, we might lose the bigger picture. To how important, for example, how important is Somalia for Turkey in the bigger picture in Africa? In the end, it has been important. It has been important. But how important is it now, and how important will it be in the future? Yes, they do run the airport. Yes, they do run the port, and so forth. But Turkey is very strongly going elsewhere in Africa. And it is true, it has big potential, big economic potential, and it is a middle power and important manufacturing industries and so forth. So I'm not going to go too much further into that. But let me just conclude, since I have maybe a minute or two left. The conference theme, of course, or the sub theme was, of course, shared peace, shared security, and shared prosperity in these relations. And so I tried to tease out a little bit of this. Of course, the shared peace, again, the regional view of peace and conflict and regional cooperation. And I think we talked about that a bit in the last session, but perhaps Middle Eastern powers could play actually much more productive mediation role, diplomatic role. But it's quite interesting, for example, with the Horn of Africa and with the Ethiopian situation right now, how it seemed to have been United States which really dissuaded Abu Dhabi of taking a back seat from wanting to mediate. So we see again great power influence. In terms of stability, this would require tuning down that competition, that destabilizing competition that we have, and of course, stability, peace and development, like Dr. Mustafa was telling us, and Kofi Annan was telling us, the interrelation between the two. We need stability, we need peace in order to improve our development results. Shared security, of course, just to finalize, shared security. And of course, here again, this will be talked about by the next presenter, Ambassador. But of course, strategic waterways, yes, the Red Sea, the Nile, water resources, and so forth. Yes, but that again has to do with a lot with the proximity of these actors. And their own insecurities of Gulf monarchies and so forth, and not wanting to really have a destabilizing effect, actually emanating from the Horn of Africa to the neighborhood. There's already the Yemen crisis, which has been repeatedly mentioned, which in itself has a destabilizing effect. And then finally, the shared prosperity. So more economically sensible, profit-oriented investment. So investment that would actually go to economic ventures, and an investment that would be more longer term, rather than investment that goes, or financial flows that go to buying political partnerships or temporary partnerships. Some of them don't even materialize. It doesn't really make sense, does it? Wouldn't it make sense to actually invest in longer term ventures, actually production-related ventures in Africa. And this would actually, this would actually be mutually beneficial. Yesterday, it was mentioned that, for example, many of these Gulf economies are consumer economies, right? Resource poor economies in terms of agricultural resources and others. So why not produce in Africa? Why not produce in Africa? So, of course, African human resources, agricultural resources, natural resources are very useful. So if I have 30 seconds just to say that this kind of investment also requires, and this kind of partnership also requires increasingly mutual respect, mutual equality, and mutual dignity in these relations. And you know what I'm actually referring to here. I'm referring to certain attitudes, certain backgrounds, certain behavior, which emanates from the past, right? Historically, but what is still there today. There was some talk about, for example, domestic workers in the Gulf. Maybe that could be a good starting point to actually improve these relations and stabilize these relations. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Alexi. Our next presenter is His Excellency Ambassador Mohamed Ali Guyo, who obtained his doctorate in peace and security in Norway. And most important, he is the IGAD Special Envoy for the Red Sea, the Gulf of Aden, and Somalia. There are a lot of other attributes in there. I will not go into them. So we have the best person to deal with the Red Sea. Your Excellency, 15 minutes.
Good afternoon. Also good morning and also good evening for those who are following us virtually. Let me start by thanking most sincerely the Horn Institute for inviting me to this important conference, a conference that speaks to my mandate on the Red Sea and also on interregional cooperation between the IGAD region and the Gulf, or rather Africa and Middle East. There's a lot to say about the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. But the question is where to start from. Let's start from the problems that were highlighted yesterday. And the problem is the problem of definition. The Red Sea, just like the two regions, also suffer from the problem of definition because while some define it narrowly, others also define it broadly. I don't know whether we can have that one slide which shows the map. So you can see the Red Sea from Bab el-Mandab, that is around Djibouti, up to Suez Canal, around Egypt. Some people define the Red Sea as just that narrow strip, while others look at the Red Sea, including the Gulf of Aden, that is from the Indian Ocean, all the way up to Bab el-Mandab, around Djibouti, and all the way to the Suez Canal.
So that is how we can define, for our purpose, we define the Red Sea for IGAD as including the Gulf of Eden as well. Now, we would also define the Red Sea as African water, Arab water, and international water. That is also to define it more also broadly, also in an inclusive manner. The Red Sea can also be described in various ways. From a religious perspective or a spiritual perspective, we can describe it as the water of Moses or Musa for Muslims, because it was the Red Sea, from the Red Sea that the great exodus took place from the land of Pharaoh to Canaan. And also, we can define the Red Sea as political water, geopolitical water, attracting actors and issues. It is also security water, attracting a host of militarization in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Eden. And also it is economic water, because large number of global logistics, trade and investment and commerce moves through the Red Sea and the Gulf of Eden. It is also a shortcut to Europe and Asia. So the Red Sea, we have always, we say that this region is an old region. We have always talked about since yesterday that this region is also has historical dimension. I will highlight for you some of the historical timelines which defines the Red Sea and the Gulf of Eden, but just want to underline the fact that the Red Sea arena is a melting pot of social, economic, cultural, political, and security interactions. At the same time, the Red Sea and the Gulf of Eden is a meeting point of actors, regional actors, global actors, visible actors, and invisible actors. So as far as history is concerned, because we have always said that this is a historical region, we have described it since yesterday from historical perspective and historical dimension. Let me just highlight for you just a few. First, the interaction between the Red Sea and the Gulf of the Red Sea, between Africa and the Middle East. We can just take our memory back during the time of Pharaoh. The Pharaonic kingdom had intensive interaction with the other part of the Middle East. And it is through that Moses was able to move in that great exodus from Egypt to Canaan. Also, there was this interaction, important interaction between Abyssinian kingdom and Jerusalem, or rather Middle East, and in particular Jerusalem. If you read the Acts of Apostles in the Bible, you realize that the pilgrimage that was performed by the Abyssinians between the land of the current Ethiopia and the Middle East. And also, still in Ethiopia, there was intense interaction between one of the earliest kingdom of Adulis on the Red Sea, that is on the Red Sea around Eritrea, and the other kingdoms in the Middle East, the Jewish kingdom, the Persian kingdom, and the Arab kingdoms of those times, in terms of trade, political, social, cultural interaction. And also, still on Ethiopia, it was the Abyssinian kingdom
the present-day Ethiopia, which was able to receive the first refugees that came, from Arabian Peninsula, Mecca and Medina, who sought refuge in the Abyssinian kingdom during the time of persecution, or rather the early advent of Islam. And also the interaction between the Solomonic dynasty, the kingdom of King Solomon, and the Queen of Sheba of Ethiopia is what has always been also registered in historical chronicles. And therefore, this interaction has been going on for all this historical timeline. And also, I just want to highlight one other aspect, a strong relation between the kingdom of Audwal, the present-day Djibouti, eastern part of Ethiopia, that is Harar, and the current, the port of Zeila in the northeast part of Somalia, and the kingdoms that existed at that time, around 15th or 16th century in Yemen and Saudi Arabia, and the interactions that took place even beyond the region, this region, including with Chinese, with Persians, and with the Ottoman of that time, was unprecedented. Also, Somalia's interaction, between, especially across the Gulf of Aden, with the Arabian Peninsula, the entire Middle East, the Persian Gulf, was also recorded, and it is part of the relations that continues to define and shape our interaction, the interaction of the region up to the present day. So the Red Sea, if we go beyond the Horn of Africa, the Red Sea also is defined as a bridge for the pilgrims from the Sahel in West Africa, and those who go to Mecca and Medina. And it is also a bridge, the Red Sea was also a bridge for migrants from Arabian Peninsula into Africa. We have a lot of such migrants across Africa from Arabian Peninsula. What are the determinants of contemporary relations between Africa and the Middle East? I need to jump some of this historical timeline. First is that the relation between Africa and the Middle East is defined by the stability, the stability on land, and also the interest in ocean security. And interest in ocean security, especially this is what currently brings together both sides of the region, the Horn of Africa and Arabian Peninsula, that is the Red Sea. Of course, economic and trade expansion has been highlighted. I don't need to repeat that, but the politics of ports, the acquisition of ports, the security of ports, the political economy of ports is becoming very important. Then, of course, the freedom of navigation and the entire maritime security and governance is also a critical aspect in defining relation between the two regions. Access to strategic resources, interregional cohesion and integration, religious cohesion, these are also some of the key and important determinants that shape and calibrate and recalibrate relation between the two regions. But challenges are abound also. The challenges confronting this relation, among others, include the fluid nature of relation and reflecting uncertainty between the two regions. That is intrastate and interstate in the Horn of Africa, fluidity, conflict, tension, and the same on the other side of the Arabian Peninsula, also the Middle East, called the Middle East. The volatility and uncertainty has also significantly impacted on multilateral institutions and organizations that will have cemented relation between Africa and Middle East. The skewed power relation, Professor Alexis has talked about, I don't need to repeat it. Lack of structured engagement between Africa and Middle East, this is also something that is clear. Professor has also alluded to the transactional nature. Great power competition, Professor has talked about it. Uncertainty and the risks of the presence of great power competition. He has also talked about it. I don't need to. And then, of course, the COVID pandemic has also impacted on the relation between the two regions, as well as militarization of the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. And we also don't know how the future look like with the Belt Road Initiative of China. Now, it is because of these challenges, opportunities that exist in this relation that IGAD was able to come up with the IGAD Task Force for the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden that will come up with the IGAD Common Position, Regional Plan of Action, and Convention for the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. And likewise, in the Arabian Peninsula, similar kind of initiative has come up, referred to as Arab African Red Sea Council, which the two of us are interacting between our side and the council, which is based in Riyadh. And basically is to interact for purpose of having a common understanding, common venture, mitigate challenges between the relation between the two regions. And in addition to that, of course, in order to complete the segment, Africa Union, of course, has also developed relation between the two sides together with IGAD. We are moving in a multilateral concept, or rather format, between Africa Union and IGAD to reach out to Egypt, to reach out also to Middle East, so that we have a strong relations across the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. Now, I just want to rush through some of the key principles, highly key principles. 5 minutes? Okay, 5 minutes on the other side. Good. I'll donate back some of the minutes. Some of the key principles of underlying these relations, really what we aspire to, which we have not achieved, but we aspire towards that kind of relation, cooperating framework, are as follows. Number one, transparency. Number two, inclusivity, wider stakeholders engagement, and particularly public participation in our member states. Public participation in our member states so that they understand the aspiration, the challenges, the national interest in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. Comprehensiveness in terms of substance and multidimensional approach or multi-sectoral approach of some of the issues that will cement this relationship. Confidence building and trust building is also critical in this relationship. Multilateral approach is also another one, pooling our capabilities and collective action together. Consensus building by identifying points of convergence and points of divergence, and work more on the points of divergence. Also, the relation has to be evolutionary in the sense that there is no quick fix. We have to take one step at a time. Then, of course, continuous dialogue is essential in this in cementing this relation. And of course, willingness to compromise on both sides is critical. Now, as far as policy consideration is concerned, therefore, both African and Middle East should adopt cohesive behavior within their respective region. So we have to have cohesive behavior in African side and also in Arabian side, or rather the Middle East side. The two regions therefore need to consider the following as far as policy is concerned. The policy outlook should be as follows. Number one, the policy has to be pragmatic in approach, practical policy that has capability for effective action. Number two, dynamic policy.
we have to consider that our policy in the IGAD side, in African side, should be dynamic, that is responsive to the circumstances on the ground. Number three, need for collective, unified voice for purpose of multiplying and amplifying our collective action. In conclusion, the question is, can Red Sea and the Gulf of, Red Sea and the Gulf of Eden, together with African and Middle East, become one political community? Can they become one security community? And can they become one economic community? This is, in terms of aspiration, that is out there. And as with the forces of globalization impacting on both regions, possibility of us moving together as one community cannot be ruled out. But with the divisiveness and fault line within our regions, if we don't mitigate those ones, then the forces of globalization will swallow both regions one by one. But just to emphasize, this is work in progress. And I just want to say that the Horn of Africa, part of Africa, and the Arabian Peninsula, or rather the Middle Eastern part segment, has the premium value. And we are talking about this region now, just simply because of the Red Sea. It is the Red Sea that gives this region a premium value, nothing more. Minus the Red Sea, I will leave you to your imagination. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We now know the Red Sea a little better than we did. Our third presenter is Professor Michael Bishku, Professor of Middle Eastern and African History at Augusta University in Georgia. He's a former president of both the American Council for the Study of Islamic Societies and the Association of Global South Studies. And he was Schusterman Fellow in Israeli Studies at Brandeis University. He has taught in several places. I'm not going to all those universities where he has taught. And he is currently an associate editor of the Oxford Bibliographies online for Islamic Studies, and he specializes in the interregional relations of middle power countries and minorities in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia, with particular interest in Israel and Turkey. He is widely published in many journals, which are all listed there. And so it is my great pleasure to welcome Professor Michael Bishku to tell us something about the Gulf states in Africa, Middle East relations. Professor Bishku, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be at this conference, and I also am very happy that this discussion of Middle Eastern African interregional relations is being discussed, because years ago it seemed like I was in the wilderness, and you'd talk to people about that and they'd just look at you dumbfoundedly saying, oh, really? That's a topic that people are dealing with. Being a historian, I'm going to look at the long view, not as long as the ambassador who preceded me, but you do have to look at more recent developments, especially following the Second World War, and how different the world is. The other day, I was watching a webinar with regard to Afghanistan, and people were saying, 2001 is not the same as 2021. Well, the same thing holds true when we're dealing with Middle Eastern African relations. If we're looking at the Gulf, I've defined it as the GCC countries, and in particular, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar are the most important of those three. These are, as was mentioned previously, middle powers, not only regional powers, but powers that do have an influence outside their regions. It's impressive sometimes how far afield this influence is. Sometimes it's money, sometimes it's technological assistance. It could be a number of things. Oman, of course, has had important historical connections, especially with East Africa. I need to remind a number of you of the connections with Zanzibar. And Bahrain has the least interaction of all of these areas. You know, if we're looking at relationships, Saudi Arabia and Yemen were the only independent states in the Arabian Peninsula during the interwar period between the First World War and the Second World War. Saudi Arabia established relations with Ethiopia as early as 1934. But of course, with the World War II interceding, there was a disruption of this relationship, and it's going to be reestablished in 1948. In terms of most of the activity of the GCC states, the GCC, of course, was established in 1981, but most of their activity is following the 1973 Arab-Israeli War. They wanted to garner support against Israel, sometimes cooperating with Muammar Gaddafi's Libya, other times finding him just to be an annoyance. And they wanted to push for development aid because the price of oil had skyrocketed after the 1973 Arab-Israeli War. And their development aid, which had been pretty much earlier on exclusively devoted to Arab countries, is going to be expanded outside into other areas of Asia and Africa, but more so towards countries having predominantly Muslim populations. Part of this, of course, is Saudi Arabia created the OIC in 1969. Today, there are 22 members in sub-Saharan Africa at last count. And I mentioned before about development aid. The Saudi Fund for Development was established in 1974, 1 year after the 73 war. Kuwait's Fund for, and note the name, Arab Economic Development, was established in 1961 upon its independence and began operating in other countries since 1974. Abu Dhabi's Fund for Arab Economic Development was established in 1973. There was, of course, retribution against countries that did not toe the line. When Zaire, under Mobutu in 1982, decided to reestablish relations with Israel, they, of course, were cut off. We'll put aside his corruption and all that, but we're talking about just political connections here. There's something else I wanted to mention, something called the Safari Club. Interestingly, when there was an attack on the American embassy in Tehran, they got a number of documents, and one of which dealt with this issue of the Safari Club. Countries such as France, Saudi Arabia, the Shah of Iran's monarchy, Morocco, and Egypt had sent military assistance to various countries, especially Zaire. Saudi Arabia also supported Somalia in the 1977-1978 Ogaden War. Saudi Arabia funded Renamo, which was the group in Mozambique against the Mozambican government in the 1970s. In the 1980s, Saudi Arabia funded UNITA in Angola, along with Morocco and Egypt assisting. There was a situation of strange bedfellows because the Israelis were also involved at that time as well. So you have a strange situation of Saudi Arabia and other Arab countries that did have a good deal of money trying to keep Israel out of Africa, but at the same time, they were cooperating in this Cold War effort. Another thing too, there's lots of mention about Israel after the breakoff of relations in 1973 with most countries in Africa, dealing with South Africa. I have to point out that Saudi Arabia and the UAE purchased a lot of gold from South Africa after that time, and also provided oil, whether directly or indirectly. Okay, that's the that's the Cold War era. If we come to the post-Cold War era, during the 1990s, Iran starts to take an interest. This was mentioned by other speakers. Iran starts to take an interest in areas of Africa. And the way that Saudi Arabia sees it is that they're going to try and counteract them just the same way as Israel attempts to do so. And they're going to use a good deal of their monetary power to try and dissuade countries. Now, Sudan, I need to remind you, is a fairly poor country, gets themselves very heavily in debt and are susceptible to this sort of pressure. And there was an alliance back in 2015 where Saudi Arabia was concerned about not only getting troops, but actually getting support as well for their effort in Yemen against the Houthi rebels. And there were certain countries that did commit troops. Senegal, Mauritania, Chad did provide troops, and Benin, the Comoros, Cote d'Ivoire, Djibouti, Gabon, Guinea, Mali, Niger, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Somalia, and Togo joined the coalition but did not commit troops. The following year, in 2016, Sudan, Djibouti, and Somalia broke off diplomatic relations with Iran. There's one thing that I don't know if it's been discussed because I haven't been able to watch a lot of these proceedings because it's fairly early in the morning. I know that you're all waiting to have lunch. I haven't had breakfast yet, unfortunately, but I will get around to that. The issue of migratory labor is awfully important. Sudan, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Nigeria, South Sudan, Somalia, and Chad have the most migratory laborers from African countries that are going to the Arabian Peninsula. Obviously, they're going to be paid a lot more there, but the working conditions are somewhat troublesome. Poor housing conditions, poor working conditions. People are injured on the job. Women doing domestic work are raped, and these people get away with it, unfortunately. Migratory labor is a large part of the labor force in these Gulf countries. And that's where they can exert a good deal of economic pressure. If you don't toe our line, maybe we won't allow as many migratory laborers in. Obviously, Asian workers are a larger number, but African workers are a sizable portion. And there's been legislation to try and protect these people, but especially the domestic workers, they fall through the cracks. I've read all sorts of terrible things that have happened to them. Now, in more recent times, the global financial crisis of 2007, 2008 is going to motivate a number of these GCC countries to increase their economic ties in the areas of Africa. And I've written an article that's going to be published soon called The Gulf Cooperation Council States in Sub-Saharan Africa. And I think the subtitle is interesting: In Search of Influence, Security, and New Markets. Now, we've talked a good deal about security, and I'm not going to talk as much about that, but I will talk about some other connections. It's interesting to note that in 2016, the UAE surpassed Saudi Arabia in terms of investments and became the second largest investor in the continent of Africa after China. I think that's awfully impressive. I want to also point out, too, that there are African countries that are investing in other areas of Africa, middle powers like Morocco and South Africa, Morocco, especially in West Africa, South Africa, especially in the southern part of Africa, naturally. Another middle power outside the Middle East hasn't been mentioned, but India is also an important actor. We all know about BRICS. Politically and economically, they're involved in Africa. And the UAE invests in a number of different things. For example, a bauxite mine to get aluminum in Guinea. Dubai Ports World Operations. These are awfully important. Some are internal. Some are on, and most others are in the water. This is also connected with the security aspect of the UAE, which is also in connection with the war in Yemen. And in addition to that, telecom operations, banking operations, and has been mentioned before, farm holdings. There are some farm holdings in Sudan that the UAE has. Saudi Arabia in 2019 was the 5th largest investor in Africa. And they invested in power companies in South Africa, different types of power, farm holdings in Tanzania and Ethiopia. You have Qatar, which is involved in banking, oil and power interests, as well as farm holdings. And in terms of trade, this is awfully impressive. In 2018, trade between the GCC and Africa amounted to $71 billion worth. That's both importing and exporting. And geographical proximity has been mentioned a lot of times as an important aspect, not only in that regard, but the UAE is the headquarters of a lot of companies that deal with Africa. And the UAE is one of the largest re-exporting countries in the world. In other words, taking items from some other areas and then bringing them to Africa or vice versa. Competing with Singapore and a few other places. Another thing that's been mentioned before are airline connections. Certainly, Turkish Airlines has the best connections of Middle Eastern countries in Africa. I could probably talk about Ethiopian Airlines as an African carrier that's pretty good, replacing South African Airways, which has been in retrenchment because of financial problems. But this gives you a good idea with regard to airline connections. Emirates, the airline of the UAE, coming out of Abu Dhabi, has 18 destinations in sub-Saharan Africa. Qatar Airways has 16 destinations in sub-Saharan Africa. Fly Dubai, 7, Saudia, 4, Gulf Air, only 1. Kuwait Airways has none, interestingly, despite all the early involvement that Kuwait had in the African continent. With regard to embassies, that's also an important indicator of how important countries regard these areas. Sometimes money comes in the way. I know Israel probably would like to have more resident embassies, but don't have the financial resources. But Turkey cannot be surpassed in terms of Middle Eastern country with embassies. Almost every country in Africa has a Turkish embassy, but UAE has 19, just behind Saudi Arabia with 25. Qatar has 19 as well. Kuwait, despite the lack of airline connections, has 11. Oman has 7 embassies. Bahrain has only 1 in Sudan. Besides all of these other connections, there are pledges of funds for counterterrorism, especially in the Sahel region. And that, of course, France is very heavily involved in that, getting together the Sahel countries. Morocco is involved in that as well, of helping in that regard, and that needs to be mentioned. So I think I had about 15 minutes. I probably used up that time. I'll refer to the chair at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Bishko, for being very obedient. We are now going to get into that time of comments and questions, if any. And please, when you get a chance to ask, do not give another presentation. So make it as short as possible so that we can have as many as possible. And let me start with what has come from the internet. There are at least 2 questions. one for Alexi. In the wake of new geopolitical formations realignment, West versus East, US versus China, Russia, what is the place of Africa and Middle East, and how can both regional blocs work together to influence favorable outcomes at the highest geopolitical levels? That's for Alexi. For His Excellency, Ambassador Guyo, with the objection of the AU decision to confer Israel the observer state status by majority of the African and Arab countries, how can the larger Africa-Middle East relations be forged within the AU framework? This is in context of the newly found relations among Arab countries as mediated by the Trump administration. So those are specific questions to the two gentlemen. So we'll open Professor there, the two ladies there, Dr. Kano and Professor Fatma, and our summary man, Single. Let's start with us. So make it short.
All right. Thank you very much, distinguished panelists, for very wonderful presentations you made. I only have one question to Dr. Alexi. You mentioned that the investable capital should operate on mutual respect. Does capitalism encourage respect, or it focuses on opportunities, exploitation, and profit maximization? Thank you.
Yeah. Next, yes.
Thank you very much.
Hey, you jump to the queue, Kano. The lady is behind you. Yeah.
Prof, could I jump the queue, please?
The ladies seem to be not very ready. Janet. Okay, ask you a question or comment.
Now, thank you very much, Chair, for the session. My concerns were many. They were touching on the previous presentations and even the current one, but I'll skip the previous presentations and focus on the just ended presentations. I was following the discussion by Dr. Guyo and Dr. Alexis. And what comes to my mind is the fact that the Red Sea, the Middle East, and African region seem to have a lot of problems. And the problems touch on political, economic, security issues. And when you look at this region, China is a key player in the region. I'm just wondering what China could do to entrench security, economics, and peaceful coexistence in this region. I would like to solicit a comment from either of the two presenters on what China is really doing other than what we normally see to ensure that the region is at peace. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. What are the Chinese up to? Fatma?
Okay, thank you to Dr. Yolen, Dr. Guyo, and Dr. Bishku. So I really like the idea of bringing West Africa into the geopolitics of the continent. And I like the background of the Red Sea, how we are so connected. However, we thought it was just a new thing. So I have one question for the three of you. My question is, does this mean that there is a scramble for Africa? Because if you look whether it is West Africa, whether it is in the Red Sea, whether it is that historical tie that we have with the Middle East, we've already had the European scramble, the Chinese scramble, and now does it mean that Middle East is coming so close to this continent was already close to them. So that is just my curiosity. Thank you.
To whom is this directed? Any one of us? Because I'd like to interject. A lot of this, outside of the Israelis being involved earlier on for political reasons and economic reasons in competition with Egypt, and then later on with Libya, later on in the last 2 decades, Turkey has become very active on the African continent. Turkey and the UAE find themselves sometimes in rivalry in various areas, not only in North Africa with regard to Libya, but UAE is suspicious of Turkish intentions in the Sahel region, for example. There is sometimes a bit of a rivalry in areas like Nigeria. You mentioned West Africa. And of course, the Horn of Africa has been very much emphasized. The interesting thing to note is the Israelis don't see the Saudis or the UAE as a problem nowadays, as they did back in the Cold War period. They're sometimes seeing Turkey as being problematic, but not all the time. Iran's another factor, and part of the Israeli motivation in recent years has been because of Iran. So too is the case with Saudi Arabia, and more so with the UAE. Is that what you were referring to?
Okay, thank you, Professor Bishku. Let's get to the ladies at the back there. Make your questions short.
Thank you very much. Professor, my name is Lydia Kimani. My question is to Alexi. So even as we advance the African-Middle East relations, how are they being pursued in terms that it will be symmetric, especially in terms of economic development? We have had investors coming in to invest in agriculture and consequently pushing out the locals and the indigenous farmers, so consequently resulting in inequalities. So how can we make it more symmetrical? Then secondly, Africa is looking to move towards renewable energy, mainly to power its industrialization and economic transformation. But we see that the Middle East is very heavy in terms of hydrocarbon investment. So how does that conflict of continued fossil fuel energy and the transition to low carbon emission, even globally, how will that sit in the context of the African Middle East relations? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next. Proceed.
Okay, my question is directed to Balozi, and I bring to your attention 2 incidents that have happened at the region of the Red Sea. I'll start with the one in Sudan, where they were penalized, the $355 million by the US government so that they could be removed from the terrorist list. So I'm seeing a scenario whereby such an incident can be repeated again and weaponized in this region of the Horn of Africa, because we've seen the volatile situation that we find ourselves in. Then the second issue was the obstruction on the Suez Canal. When we woke up one morning on March 2021, and 6 days, the Suez Canal was closed. So are we seeing a scenario, maybe this is also a weapon that will be used in the near future, where countries want to fight each other, can use that as an excuse and continue to obstruct the Suez Canal, and that affects the geopolitics of our region?
Yeah, thank you. The lady in the middle, let her. And then we go to Single. The mic is on strike. Okay, so.
I'm sorry, are you talking to me?
No, somebody asking a question here.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that. I want to direct my question to His Excellency Ambassador Mohammed. This is with regards to the dynamic posture of the policies that you suggested that IGAD, AU, and the Middle East can take multilaterally. I want to argue that one of the theaters that has been missed out in the last 2 days for potential and emerging extremism is the cyberspace. And I'm curious whether that IGAD, AU, and the Middle East have a cohesive strategy that is preemptive with regards to this theater. Cyberspace has the potential to become the next space for the subtle and unseen terrorist players and extremists. And especially because the African youth now are being tooled with skills for employment and business that are postured towards the digital aspect. And yesterday, a few speakers mentioned that that's one of the spaces where the youth are being onboarded into the extremist groups. So is there a dynamic preemptive policy that the member states and the partners of this dialogue are already putting into place to be responsive and to be a few steps ahead in the cyberspace arena? Thank you.
Thank you. Singo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the panelists. My question goes to Ambassador Guyo. Ambassador, I listened keenly to your presentation, which was quite good, but I didn't hear you mention the role of the so-called big powers. And we know that the area around the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden, as we heard yesterday, has attracted quite a number of players who have, some of them have come and established military outposts. So where do you place the role of these actors, especially the external ones? Somebody spoke about China, France, the US. Where do they sit in the context of the Gulf relations with Africa? Then Dr. Alexi, I think you spoke about, is it you who spoke about the fact that Nigeria has, Nigeria has recently exported 500 doctors to Saudi Arabia. Did I get that right?
Not yet. There's a little bit of issue.
But that is being planned. But that's being planned. I wanted to find out then what is the Nigerians getting in return from this, from the Saudis? Thank you.
Okay, we shall now let the panelists respond to those comments and questions. And for Ambassador, I'm wondering whether there is room for more romance diplomacy, as in the case of Shiban and Solomon. Who starts, Alexi or the Ambassador?
Okay, I can go ahead. I can go ahead first. Okay, so there were 3 or 4 questions addressed to me. Let me try to give a response. I think that there was one online, the first one. How can Africa and Middle East work together to influence great powers? And I think this one actually binds in a way with some of the later questions. And I think this goes somewhat to Ambassador's talk when he was saying that there needs to be a confidently one voice that which we can through which we can address other powers. And I think, of course, this is particularly more challenging. Let's say you can see it as in a way as a collective action problem. The more actors you have involved, get everybody on board and speaking with the same language might be quite a daunting task. And especially when we have power asymmetries related or involved in this relationship between Middle Eastern powers and African states, this might be quite a challenge. Now, what I referred to about the economic investment and profit maximization, I simply just wanted to say and refer to the fact that a lot of money from Gulf states has been channeled into more political or security-related ventures, which are not particularly helpful economically. I believe seeing, for example, that Kuwait was one of those ones which had really focused much more on economic aspect in this sense. And what I just wanted to say was that maybe that's the way to go. Maybe that's where we need to go in order to build these relations to another level. Now, of course, agricultural investment was mentioned in one of the questions, and how that might push now sort of this land grabbing idea that might push local farmers out of their livelihoods. But of course, again, this is now just not something that comes from one side, right? African governments have to do their part to ensure that their people are catered for, right? So I don't see that there is, or for me, I really would not agree to say that African governments do not have any agency in this relationship, although the power asymmetries are there. They do, and there is choice. There are choices that you can make. And that's what I tried to also highlight in my presentation. And how can this asymmetries now be remedied in the future? Of course, I would see this more as a long-term development. Actually, the same person who asked the question was referring to energy transition, right? And going from hydrocarbons to environmentally friendly sources of energy and this transition. And of course, this is an important transition for the Gulf states, right? And of course, in Africa, there have been already initiatives quite widely in terms of solar, wind, or through our hydropower, and so forth. And I think in that sense, this energy transition in the long term is another way in which we can see a sort of a leveling of these power differences in this relationship in the long run. And I think there is a lot of potential there in which these relations can become, in the long run, more symmetrical in that way. I think that was what was addressed specifically to me. So maybe, yeah.
Your Excellency.
Thank you very much for the questions. Can you hear me? Okay. Now, regarding the question on about Israel observer status to African Union, let me start by providing you with the principles on which African Union was built. African Union was built on the principles of African socialism, which provides for equity, equality, and harnessing of diversity. it is also based on political, legal, and moral foundation. And it is also an organization that was established for purpose of decolonization and occupation. And therefore, the important question to ask is, has Israel passed those principles that were set out by African Union? If yes, then they should be given observer status. If they have not passed the principles I have outlined, then they should work hard in order to attain this observer status with regard to especially the Palestinian question. On the Red Sea, Middle East, can China play peace and stability, a role of peace and stability? The starting point here is this. Peace, security, stability, and conflict resolution in Africa should be led and owned by Africans, should have ownership and leadership of Africans. Yes, Chinese can play a role as part of burden sharing, because peace and stability is also about contributing to international peace and security. And therefore, international peace and security is also, collectively shared across the globe. Therefore, every other stakeholders can contribute to this international peace and security. But the onus is with Africans first, the leadership and ownership of Africans in resolving their conflicts. With regards to whether, the region is up for scramble, yes, we are in the threshold and the moment of scramble for Africa. What is happening in the Horn of Africa is a replica of what happened in the 19th century. It is about the scarcity of resources driving, the influence of great powers and other powers within the region. We have visible actors in the region. We have invisible actors in the region, all of them pursuing their national interest. And therefore, yes, with also globalization and many other things, therefore, we have the scramble going on at a pace, at a different, dimension. It's the only thing that is missing so far is the Berlin Conference #2, which shared and partitioned Africa. Regarding the two incidents, Sudan and obstruction of Suez Canal, I think the most important thing is, let me respond to the one for Suez Canal. The one for Sudan, yes, US, that sanction happened, but it is now behind us because they have reached some form of rapprochement between Sudan and US. But with regards to Suez Canal, yes, one morning we saw the Suez Canal closed. That is why IGAD, African Union, is aspiring to have, interregional cooperation with the Middle East and also international cooperation in order to develop framework of cooperation, however loose it is, a framework of cooperation that can assure freedom of navigation, not only for security, but even when a ship is, obstruct Suez Canal or other choke point, then there will be international, cooperation to that effect. On the dynamic posture of African Union, IGAD, and Middle East with regards to security, yes, I want to add one other aspect, and that aspect is undersea cable security is also very critical, because once we interfered, or rather terrorists interfere with it, then it will interfere with the flow of information, internet, and so on. So what is required here is inter-regional cooperation between Africa and the Middle East, inter-regional cooperation. There's no other solution in order to develop a meaningful plan of action, regional plan of action that will deal with all the emerging issues, including hybrid threats, which, the threats have moved from being conventional to hybrid nowadays. Therefore, hybrid threats can also be resolved through this kind of, cooperation. The role of big powers in the region, where do we place it in the context? Yes, the big powers are there in this region, in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. It's not the first time. Ottomans were there, plus Portuguese during those days. The colonial era, there was also competition there. During the Cold War, the same thing. During the global war on terror, the same thing. Actually, when we talk about competition, it's not only about the state, but it is also about non-state actors. They are all present in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. But the most important, and then look at the other aspect, highly militarized formations from various states is in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. So the question is, how can the region mitigate this militaristic, competitive, global posture? It's a critical thing that we should, have in mind. Look at the BRI, Belt Road Initiative. It is also one aspect that has economic connotations, but with also security and political and diplomatic undertones. The security aspect is the military presence of Chinese in Djibouti. So there is a lot of, at stake in this region as far as great power is concerned, but that requires another conference altogether. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I think I'll read one more question from the internet so that people can go and eat. And I don't want to be stopping people from dealing with the man in the middle. The question is, what is Africa's comparative advantage in the relationship? And what can Africa do differently in order to get the most out of the existing relations? And I'll give you each half a minute to respond, and then we shall wind up, and then I'll also try to say something, which is not much.
Okay, let me try. Of course, if we look at in terms of in economic terms, again, we would say yes, Africa has mostly the resources that are not financial, right? The human resources, natural resources, agriculture, water. These are, of course, particular interest for Arabian Peninsula states. Yeah, also we could say maybe the wider Middle East. So I think this could be a basis for a very positive long-term development and a moving away from this securitized approach, particularly in the neighborhood of the Horn of Africa and the proximity of the Arabian Peninsula.
Excellency?
I think for me, the first part of the question, what African comparative advantage, has been answered by the professor. I don't need to repeat that. But what can Africa do differently? Africa should seek refuge in multilateralism. They should develop their multilateral organization to ensure that it is fit for purpose to take on the challenges of not only African-Middle East relation, but also across the globe. That is number one. Seek refuge in multilateralism. Minimize bilateral relation as much as possible. Although it is important, but collective action, collective voice, which can amplify and multiply the action is more critical than just individual bilateral engagement. Then the third one is to avoid politics of transactional engagement. Transactional engagement is also one issue that is very common between Africa and the Middle East, and therefore African governments and African states need to avoid this transactional politics in order to have a structured and meaningful engagement defined by protocols and all this, so that the engagement can be fully defined and can be meaningful not only to the leaders in power, but rather to their government and their people. Thank you.
All right. Applause for our presenters. I would like to thank Professor Michael Bishku in Augusta, Georgia. I know it's very early in the morning there, so have your breakfast and some hot coffee, and then be awake, and maybe see whether you can continue joining us. Professor Alexi Lonin, it's always a pleasure to be with you for different reasons. And Your Excellency, thank you very much for a very well done explanation. Those of us who are in doubt as to what the Red Sea is, it is not red, it's just a sea where people operate on. Now, listening to from yesterday to today, although there have been touches here and there, I notice, although the theme is Africa, Middle East, there was very little, or not as much, of Africa doing to the Middle East. It is the Middle East doing to Africa. So is it a one-way traffic? Or should there be a more balanced? Exactly what are Africans doing in those places? As opposed to being house servants and some other things. What are they doing which enhances that? So the African side of it seems to be missing in this discussion. We talked a bit about definition or redefinition. And so when we look at what is called the Middle East, what do we see? Is that zone that seems to be split about three ways. From Turkey, which is confused as to whether it is European or Asian, going to Iran, which does not want to be thought of as an Arab country. Then you have Afghanistan, which is not sure whether it is in the Middle East or some other place. What they have in common with the rest is that they are mostly Islamic countries. So then you have what ordinarily we think of the Middle East, some of us, not all of us. Those countries that are below those three, south of those three. And they seem to have something in common, that they were at one time part of the Ottoman Empire. That's what they have in common. And even Palestine, you can argue about that, and how it came to be Israel, through various wars. So that's another area outside the continent. Then we have these countries, which were also mostly part of the Ottoman Empire, some of them, in North Africa, from Egypt to Morocco. And we are told that they are part of the Middle East. They, for a long time, had a problem. Maybe they still have a problem. Are they Africans or are they Arabs? I think the Moroccan ambassador was here telling us about the problem, the struggle of belonging. The trouble with where do you belong? I don't think they have resolved that yet, except when we are talking about Pan-Africanism. And if they have that problem, you can imagine that those who are now called Africans south of the Sahara, also have their own problems. Exactly, who is an African. Generally, we have accepted that we are all Africans, mostly because we are black, mostly. But even in the colonial times, we had a problem here. Ida Salim wrote a very nice article. To be a native or not a native. Because if you are native, you are in for punishment. In terms of taxes, oppression, everything. So we had most people at the coast fighting not to be classified as natives so that they can escape these things. Those kind of struggles. So which then brings up the issue we tried to raise yesterday, maybe should be considered. The need to redefine ourselves in relationship. So you know those terms that were created by the likes of Steinman and Hartford Mackinder may be good, but should we think in those terms? And from the perspective of Africa, it makes no sense to talk about that region as the Middle East. It makes sense to call it Middle East for the Europeans, mainly the British, somewhere in between the Asians, the Chinese, and the Indians, and the other Europeans. It's in the middle. But how is it in the middle here? Maybe you should change that terminology and call it the what? The Middle North? Because the real North up there. And they're in the middle, temperate zone, which tends to think of itself as sometimes, if you follow Ibn Khaldun's argument, they are better than the ones in the north and better than the ones in the south. Therefore, they are separate. In that sense, then they are the Middle North or the North Middle to the rest of us, but they are not Middle East. With those remarks, I think I'll return the podium to Kanenja, who has some announcements to make, other than telling us to go and eat lunch. Dr.
Thank you very much, Professor Monene. And I want to appreciate the patience of our virtual and online participants and presenters, Professor Bishku. We appreciate your ideas, your take in these dynamics of Africa-Middle East relations, and we're looking forward to engaging you in months and years to come on this pertinent issue that has come to shape our relationship as we know it. Now, just making a quick announcement, we're going to break for lunch, and for online audience, we're going to be back in about 40 minutes for the official launch of our study, which will be moderated by Dibal Aine. And for lunch purposes, you're going to need a tag like the one I have right now. It's going to be important to be identified as by being part of the conference that is going on right now. So if you don't have it, the Horn Secretariat can be able to organize or make arrangements for you. And I also encourage everybody to stay till later on. There is going to be, of course, a few things to be done, but importantly for presenters, there's a little honoraria for you, for moderators, and including participants, some transport allowance to find your way back home. We do appreciate you, and please welcome to lunch. It's on 3rd floor, and please again make sure you have a tag that looks like mine. If you don't, visit that desk at the Horn Secretariat at the far corner to my right and get one for yourself. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency Ambassador. Thank you very much, Prof, for the presentations. And once again, thank you a lot, Dr. Pishku, for the wonderful work you have done. Staying up late at night in the US, just so you can be able to add your voice to this discussion. Thank you, and asanteni sana.
Eritrea,
Ethiopia,
Burundi, Sudan,
Kenya,
South Sudan,
Somalia, Djibouti. Countries in the Horn of Africa and Great Lakes region share many common features, but there is also great diversity among them, rendering each of them unique in many respects. While there are formidable social and political constraints that have benighted the region, the Horn Institute believes that action informed by research and analysis could lead to real progress.
Somalia has been in conflict for much of the last 25 years.
Kenya, where the terrorist group
Eritrea, Ethiopia,
Congo,
Burundi, Sudan,
Kenya,
South Sudan,
Somalia, Djibouti. Countries in the Horn of Africa and Great Lakes region share many common features, but there is also great diversity among them, rendering each of them unique in many respects. While there are formidable social and political constraints that have benighted the region, the Horn Institute believes that action informed by research and analysis could lead to real progress.
Somalia has been in conflict for much of the last 25 years.
Kenya, where the terrorist group Al-Shabaab and Islamic State continue to lure young Muslims.
The Institute exists to contribute to research on multi-directional interlinkages of internal and external factors that would shape national, regional, and international policies.
the Horn Institute, the Horn Institute, the Horn Institute,
The Horn Institute. Horn Institute. Its key focus areas include security, diplomacy, conflict resolution, governance and statecraft, terrorism, and violent extremism.
The leadership in Egypt from Morsi.
If Kofi Annan had given permission for him to get access to the ammunition,
Where gains have been made, they should be backed with more of a building community resilience.
Other important aspects are establishment of a permanent ceasefire to be monitored by the African Union and to the AU forces. So those are key elements of the peace deal that may actually make it survive.
As prisons across Africa fill up with terror suspects, that's a question the continent can't afford to dismiss.
For in-depth research and analysis, visit the Horn Institute website, www.horninstitute.org. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube.
Eritrea, Ethiopia,
Congo,
Burundi, Sudan,
Kenya,
South Sudan,
Somalia, Djibouti. Countries in the Horn of Africa and Great Lakes region share many common features, but there is also great diversity among them, rendering each of them unique in many respects. While there are formidable social and political constraints that have benighted the region, the Horn Institute believes that action informed by research and analysis could lead to real progress.
Somalia has been in conflict for much of the last 25 years.
Kenya, where the terrorist group Al-Shabaab and Islamic State continue to lure young Muslims.
The Institute exists to contribute to research on multi-directional interlinkages of internal and external factors that would shape national, regional, and international policies.
The Horn Institute. The Horn Institute. The Horn Institute.
The Horn Institute. Horn Institute. Its key focus areas include security, diplomacy, conflict resolution, governance and statecraft, terrorism, and violent extremism.
The leadership in Egypt from Morsi.
If Kofi Annan had given permission for him to get access to the ammunition,
Where gains have been made, they should be backed with more of a building community resilience.
Other important aspects are establishment of a permanent ceasefire to be monitored by the African Union and to the AU forces. So those are key elements of the peace deal that may actually make it survive.
As prisons across Africa fill up with terror suspects, that's a question the continent can't afford to dismiss.
For in-depth research and analysis, visit the Horn Institute website, www.horninstitute.org. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube.
Eritrea, Ethiopia,
Congo,
Burundi, Sudan,
Kenya,
South Sudan,
Somalia, Djibouti. Countries in the Horn of Africa and Great Lakes region share many common features, but there is also great diversity among them, rendering each of them unique in many respects. While there are formidable social and political constraints that have benighted the region, the Horn Institute believes that action informed by research and analysis could lead to real progress.
Somalia has been in conflict for much of the last 25 years.
Kenya, where the terrorist group Al-Shabaab and Islamic State continue to lure young Muslims.
The Institute exists to contribute to research on multi-directional interlinkages of internal and external factors that would shape national, regional, and international policies.
The Horn Institute. The Horn Institute. The Horn Institute.
The Horn Institute. Horn Institute. Its key focus areas include security, diplomacy, conflict resolution, governance and statecraft, terrorism, and violent extremism.
The leadership in Egypt from Morsi.
if Kofi Annan had given permission for him to get access to the ammunition,
Where gains have been made, they should be backed with more of a building community resilience.
Other important aspects are establishment of a permanent ceasefire to be monitored by the African Union and to the AU forces. So those are key elements of the peace deal that may actually make it survive.
As prisons across Africa fill up with terror suspects, that's a question the continent can't afford to dismiss.
For in-depth research and analysis, visit the Horn Institute website, www.horninstitute.org. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube.
Eritrea,
Ethiopia,
Congo, Burundi, Sudan,
Kenya,
South Sudan,
Somalia, Djibouti. Countries in the Horn of Africa and Great Lakes region share many common features, but there is also great diversity among them, rendering each of them unique in many respects. While there are formidable social and political constraints that have benighted the region, the Horn Institute believes that action informed by research and analysis could lead to real progress.
Somalia has been in conflict for much of the last 25 years.
Kenya, where the terrorist group Al-Shabaab and Islamic State continue to lure young Muslims.
The Institute exists to contribute to research on multi-directional interlinkages of internal and external factors that would shape national, regional, and international policies.
the Horn Institute, the Horn Institute, the Horn Institute.
The Horn Institute. Horn Institute. Its key focus areas include security, diplomacy, conflict resolution, governance and statecraft, terrorism, and violent extremism.
Leadership in Egypt from Morsi.
If Kofi Annan had given permission for him to get access to the ammunition,
Where gains have been made, they should be backed with more of a building community resilience.
Other important aspects are establishment of a permanent ceasefire to be monitored by the African Union and to the AU forces. So those are key elements of the peace deal that may actually make it survive.
As prisons across Africa fill up with terrorist suspects, that's a question the continent can't afford to dismiss.
For in-depth research and analysis, visit the Horn Institute website, www.horninstitute.org. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube.
Eritrea,
Ethiopia,
Congo,
Burundi, Sudan,
Kenya,
South Sudan,
Somalia, Djibouti. Countries in the Horn of Africa and Great Lakes region share many common features, but there is also great diversity among them, rendering each of them unique in many respects. While there are formidable social and political constraints that have benighted the region, the Horn Institute believes that action informed by research and analysis could lead to real progress.
Somalia has been in conflict for much of the last 25 years.
Kenya, where the terrorist group Al-Shabaab and Islamic State continue to lure young Muslims.
The Institute exists to contribute to research on multi-directional interlinkages of internal and external factors that would shape national, regional, and international policies.
the Horn Institute, the Horn Institute, the Horn Institute.
The Horn Institute. Horn Institute. Its key focus areas include security, diplomacy, conflict resolution, governance and statecraft, terrorism, and violent extremism.
Leadership in Egypt from Morsi.
if Kofi Annan had given permission for him to get access to the ammunition,
Where gains have been made, they should be backed with more of a building community resilience.
Other important aspects are establishment of a permanent ceasefire to be monitored by the African Union and to the AU forces. So those are key elements of the peace deal that may actually make it survive.
As prisons across Africa fill up with terrorist suspects, that's a question the continent can't afford to dismiss.
For in-depth research and analysis, visit the Horn Institute website, www.horninstitute.org. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube.
Eritrea, Ethiopia,
Congo,
Burundi, Sudan,
Kenya,
South Sudan,
Somalia, Djibouti. Countries in the Horn of Africa and Great Lakes region share many common features, but there is also great diversity among them, rendering each of them unique in many respects. While there are formidable social and political constraints that have benighted the region, the Horn Institute believes that action informed by research and analysis could lead to real progress.
Somalia has been in conflict for much of the last 25 years.
Kenya, where the terrorist group Al-Shabaab and Islamic State continue to lure young Muslims.
The Institute exists to contribute to research on multi-directional interlinkages of internal and external factors that would shape national, regional, and international policies.
the Horn Institute, the Horn Institute, the Horn Institute,
The Horn Institute. Horn Institute. Its key focus areas include security, diplomacy, conflict resolution, governance and statecraft, terrorism, and violent extremism.
The leadership in Egypt from Morsi.
If Kofi Annan had given permission for him to get access to the ammunition,
Where gains have been made, they should be backed with more of a building community resilience.
Other important aspects are establishment of a permanent ceasefire to be monitored by the African Union and to the AU forces. So those are key elements of the peace deal that may actually make it survive.
As prisons across Africa fill up with terrorist suspects, that's a question the continent can't afford to dismiss.
For in-depth research and analysis, visit the Horn Institute website, www.horninstitute.org. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube.
Eritrea, Ethiopia,
Congo,
Burundi, Sudan,
Kenya,
South Sudan,
Somalia, Djibouti. Countries in the Horn of Africa and Great Lakes region share many common features, but there is also great diversity among them, rendering each of them unique in many respects. While there are formidable social and political constraints that have benighted the region, the Horn Institute believes that action informed by research and analysis could lead to real progress.
Somalia has been in conflict for much of the last 25 years.
Kenya, where the terrorist group Al-Shabaab and Islamic State continue to lure young Muslims.
The Institute exists to contribute to research on multi-directional interlinkages of internal and external factors that would shape national, regional, and international policies.
The Horn Institute, the Horn Institute, the Horn Institute.
The Horn Institute. Horn Institute.
Its key focus areas include security, diplomacy, conflict resolution, governance and statecraft, terrorism, and violent extremism.
Leadership in Egypt from Morsi.
If Kofi Annan had given permission for him to get access to the ammunition,
Where gains have been made, they should be backed with more of a building community resilience.
Other important aspects are establishment of a permanent ceasefire to be monitored by the African Union and to the AU forces. So those are key elements of the peace deal that may actually make it survive.
As prisons across Africa fill up with terror suspects, that's a question the continent can't afford to dismiss.
For in-depth research and analysis, visit the Horn Institute website, www.horninstitute.org. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube.
Eritrea, Ethiopia,
Congo,
Burundi, Sudan,
Kenya,
South Sudan,
Somalia, Djibouti. Countries in the Horn of Africa and Great Lakes region share many common features, but there is also great diversity among them, rendering each of them unique in many respects. While there are formidable social and political constraints that have benighted the region, the Horn Institute believes that action informed by research and analysis could lead to real progress.
Somalia has been in conflict for much of the last 25 years.
Kenya, where the terrorist group Al-Shabaab and Islamic State continue to lure young Muslims.
The Institute exists to contribute to research on multi-directional interlinkages of internal and external factors that would shape national, regional, and international policies.
the Horn Institute, the Horn Institute, the Horn Institute.
The Horn Institute. Horn Institute.
Its key focus areas include security, diplomacy, conflict resolution, governance and statecraft, terrorism, and violent extremism.
Leadership in Egypt from Morsi.
If Kofi Annan had given permission for him to get access to the ammunition,
Where gains have been made, they should be backed with more of a building community resilience.
Other important aspects are establishment of a permanent ceasefire to be monitored by the African Union and to the AU forces. So those are key elements of the peace deal that may actually make it survive.
As prisons across Africa fill up with terror suspects, that's a question the continent can't afford to dismiss.
For in-depth research and analysis, visit the Horn Institute website, www.horninstitute.org. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube.
Eritrea, Ethiopia,
Congo,
Burundi, Sudan,
Kenya,
South Sudan,
Somalia, Djibouti. Countries in the Horn of Africa and Great Lakes region share many common features, but there is also great diversity among them, rendering each of them unique in many respects. While there are formidable social and political constraints that have benighted the region, the Horn Institute believes that action informed by research and analysis could lead to real progress.
Somalia has been in conflict for much of the last 25 years.
Kenya, where the terrorist group Al-Shabaab and Islamic State continue to lure young Muslims.
The Institute exists to contribute to research on multi-directional interlinkages of internal and external factors that would shape national, regional, and international policies.
the Horn Institute, the Horn Institute, the Horn Institute.
The Horn Institute. Horn Institute. Its key focus areas include security, diplomacy, conflict resolution, governance and statecraft, terrorism, and violent extremism.
Leadership in Egypt from Morsi.
If Kofi Annan had given permission for him to get access to the ammunition,
Where gains have been made, they should be backed with more of a building community resilience.
Other important aspects are establishment of a permanent ceasefire to be monitored by the African Union and to the AU forces. So those are key elements of the peace deal that may actually make it survive.
As prisons across Africa fill up with terrorist suspects, that's a question the continent can't afford to dismiss.
For in-depth research and analysis, visit the Horn Institute website, www.horninstitute.org. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube.
Eritrea, Ethiopia,
Congo,
Burundi, Sudan,
Kenya,
South Sudan,
Somalia, Djibouti. Countries in the Horn of Africa and Great Lakes region share many common features, but there is also great diversity among them, rendering each of them unique in many respects. While there are formidable social and political constraints that have benighted the region, the Horn Institute believes that action informed by research and analysis could lead to real progress.
Somalia has been in conflict for much of the last 25 years.
Kenya, where the terrorist group Al-Shabaab and Islamic State continue to lure young Muslims.
The Institute exists to contribute to research on multi-directional interlinkages of internal and external factors that would shape national, regional, and international policies.
the Horn Institute, the Horn Institute, the Horn Institute.
The Horn Institute. Horn Institute. Its key focus areas include security, diplomacy, conflict resolution, governance and statecraft, terrorism, and violent extremism.
Leadership in Egypt from Morsi.
If Kofi Annan had given permission for him to get access to the ammunition,
Where gains have been made, they should be backed with more of a building community resilience.
Other important aspects are establishment of a permanent ceasefire to be monitored by the African Union and to the AU forces. So those are key elements of the peace deal that may actually make it survive.
As prisons across Africa fill up with terror suspects, that's a question the continent can't afford to dismiss.
For in-depth research and analysis, visit the Horn Institute website, www.horninstitute.org. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube. National, regional, and international policy. Conflict resolution, governance, and where gains have been made, they should be backed with more community resilience.
Other important aspects are establishment of ceasefire to monitor.
Focus areas include security, diplomacy, conflict resolution, governance, and statecraft.
So those are key elements.
Research and analysis.
Somalia, Djibouti,
countries in the Horn of Africa and Great Lakes region share many features. Great diversity Institute believes that action informed by research and analysis leads to real progress.
Somalia has been in conflict for the last 25 years. Kenya, where the terrorist group Al-Shabaab and Islamic State continue to lure young Muslims.
The Institute exists to contribute to multi-directional interlinkages of internal and external practice, shape national, regional, and international policy.
Horn Institute.
Key focus areas include security, diplomacy, conflict resolution, governance, and statecraft, extremism.
Leadership in Egypt from Morsi.
Before the Annan had given permission for him to get access to ammunition, where gains have been made, they should be backed with more of the building community resilience.
Other important aspects are establishment of permanent ceasefire to be monitored by the African Union and the AU. So those are key elements of the
As prisons across
Visit the Horn Institute's website, www.horninstitute.org. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube.
Ethiopia, Sudan, South Sudan,
Somalia, Djibouti.
Countries in the Horn of Africa and Great Lakes region share many common features, but there is also great diversity among them, rendering each of them. While there are formidable social and economic trends that have defined the region, the Horn Institute believes that action informed by research and analysis begins to read progress.
Al-Shabaab and Islamic State continue to lure young Muslims.
The Institute exists to contribute to research on multi-direction interlinkages and external factors, shape national, regional, and international policies.
Horn Institute, the Horn Institute, the Horn
Institute on Institute
Its key focus areas in security, diplomacy, conflict resolution, governance, and statecraft, extremism.
We should be back with more of the building community resilience.
Other important aspects are establishment of ceasefire to be monitored. So those are key elements.
As prisons across Africa fill up with terrorist suspects, that's a question the continent can't afford to dismiss.
Research and analysis. Visit the Horn Institute's website, www.horninstitute.org. You can also follow us on Twitter, LinkedIn, and YouTube.
Ethiopia, South Sudan,
Somalia, Djibouti.
Countries in the Horn of Africa and Great Lakes region share many common features, also great diversity among them, rendering each of them. While there are formidable social and trends that have united with each other, Home Institute believes that action informed by research and analysis leads to real progress.
Somalia has been conquered. Terrorist group Al-Shabaab and continue to lure young Muslims.
The Institute exists to contribute to research on multi-directional interlinkages, internal and external factors, shape national, regional, and international policy. On Institute focus areas of security, diplomacy, conflict resolution, governance, and safety.
Where gains have been made, they should be backed with more of the good.
Other important aspects are establishment of permanent ceasefire in the monitoring. So those are key elements.
As prisons across Africa fill up with terror suspects, that's a question the continent can't afford to dismiss.
Research and analysis. Visit the Home Institute website, www.homeinstitute.org. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube.
Ethiopia, Sudan,
Kenya,
South Sudan,
Somalia, Djibouti.
in the Horn of Africa, this region share many common features, but there is also great diversity among them, rendering each of them unique in their respect. While there are formidable social and trends that have united, it believes that action informed by research and analysis
Continue to lure young Muslims.
The Institute exists to research on multi-directional interlinkages, and factors, shape national, regional, and international policy. On Institute focus areas in security, diplomacy, conflict resolution, governance, and safeguards, violence extremism.
Leadership. Where gains have been made, they should be backed with more of the good information.
Other important aspects are establishment ceasefire. So those are key elements.
As prisons across Africa fill up with terror suspects, that's a question the continent can't afford to dismiss.
LinkedIn, and
Yeah, that's what I don't do. Yeah.
I'm doing great. We just see you on TV. We haven't talked. I know. We'll talk on this. Let me just get this one out of the way. Then we can have a brief meeting. But I know after this you'll be so engaged. I know. Yeah. Fantastic. Let me just call the meeting to order.
Thank you, Pauline and the band, for that warm entertainment. We want to call the meeting to order and proceed to business. And I express the hope that you've enjoyed your lunch. Welcome to this session. By way of introduction, my name is Dibala Nair. I'm a broadcast journalist, and I will be facilitating this tail end of this two-day event that we've been having. And I remember it is Chancellor Angela Merkel who said that a good compromise is one where everyone contributes. And from the go-gating of this particular conference, everyone has been contributing. This is just a build-up to the bigger and the apex of a meeting, which is the crescendo, the launch of the study. All the panel discussions, all the presentations that have been made here, they've been pointing towards this particular moment. And this is where now we want to officially launch the Africa-Middle East relations, interests, strategies, interventions, impacts, and appraisal, a seminal work that has been done by the Horn Institute. Well, this study, as you're aware, and I know you have a snippet of what it's all about, seeks to establish the nature, extent, and impact of Africa-Middle relations. This is Africa and the Middle East relations. And the study primarily focuses specifically on the United Arab Emirates, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Turkey. It reveals a number of findings that inform the current engagements, the pitfalls inherent in the interactions, and makes recommendations on the courses of action to be taken by countries in both Africa and Middle East regions to achieve common interest in security, development, political stability, and diplomacy. And this is what we want to do this very afternoon. But before we even drill deeper with the program, I know, yes, you're from lunch. We want just to stand a bit and stretch ourselves. And there's a little bit of an exercise I normally do when we have such gatherings, just to find out if people have been alert, from the go-gating of the program, and to also find out if they hack back into history, can they remember a bit of their geography, their history, but for this particular moment, maybe their geography will be more apropos for this particular gathering. So, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, I'm delighted to actually begin this session with this particular exercise. It's all about trust. Do you trust your neighbor? Do we trust one another? In any relations, there's always that particular component that we can predicate our relations on, and that is trust. I want us to just lift our index finger. Show me your index finger. Yeah, raise it high up. Good. And I want you to hark you back. I don't know if maybe you took geography, but if you never actually took that particular class, you might be very, very conversant also with your compass, isn't it? Right? And all these discussions that we've been having here, they're pointing towards one direction, right? The seminal work of what the Horn Institute has been doing. Have you gotten any sense of direction as far as the true north is concerned? Have you? Talk to me. Have you? Good. So do you know where your true north is? You do. Good. Let's do the exercise. Trust me. Close your eyes. Lift your index finger high. High up, I can see. Yes. And without opening your eye, show me where your true north is. Ambassador Guyo, you're not closing your eyes. You're looking at me. Everybody close your eyes. Show me where your true north is. Do you know where your true north is? Professor Kagwanja, I can see you, or you're not closing your eyes. It's all about trust. And they always say that in this country, we have a trust deficit. All right. Keep your index finger high up above. So do you believe that is a true north? Without opening your eyes, do you believe that is your true north? Okay, just hold on a bit. I consult my phone and find out where the true north is without putting your hand down. Don't put your hand down yet. Follow instructions. Kindly. Now, without putting your hand down or your index finger down, open your eyes and look at your neighbor. Ask your neighbor, is that your true north? Don't put it down. Is that your true north? Ask your neighbor again, is that your true north? Are you sure? Okay, don't put it down yet. Let's find out from the compass. And I'll just also point maybe towards your direction to find out who's. Professor Bashare, don't change your direction. I can see you. All right. From my compass, my true north is that direction. If you got it, just clap for yourselves. Thank you very much. And that's where we want to point our compass towards, to the true north, where we have to launch this particular seminal work by the Horn Institute. You can have your seats, please. Thank you very much for that exercise. So let's drill deeper and move on with the program because of interest of time as well. We don't want to keep you for long here. We are pinched for time a bit, but we'll proceed swiftly to make sure we catch up with the time as well. I want to invite over to the podium to give us the opening remarks today, or not really the opening remarks, but for this particular session, Ambassador Zadok Siongo, who is a policy analyst here from this country, to just come and talk to us for around 10 minutes or so to give us also the true north from his own perspective as far as this relations is concerned and as far as this also study is concerned. I believe that most of you got also the abridged version and maybe you've had a cursory look onto it as well. Kindly put your hands together and make me welcoming to the lectern, Ambassador Zadok Siongo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Dr. Mustafa, Dr. Kanenje, the entire board of the Horn Institute, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, I must recognize you. It's a great opportunity for me to come here to share a few points. Last night, I received the interim report that is, I believe, going to be launched this afternoon. And I must confess, I asked myself whether it was really necessary for me to come and share a few ideas I'd been asked to share by Dr. Mustafa. My reason for hesitation is because I must say that you have done an excellent job. The report is very comprehensive, very analytical, extremely informative, and I must congratulate the Horn Institute for a good job well done. When I was thinking of what I should share with you, I thought about the title of this conference. And after going through the report, the interim report, I got the sense that maybe I should be talking about resetting Africa-Middle East relations. Because even when I was seated there, I came a bit late, the excellent presentations and as well as the conversations during the question and answer session clearly indicate that we all appreciate what's going on in terms of Africa-Middle East relations. And for purposes of resetting, as my theme would be, I think it's important for us just to go to the basics. I'm more or a practitioner of international relations than a scholar. But nevertheless, and I know many of you are very informed about international relations, but nevertheless, just as a reminder, I think it's also useful for us just to remind ourselves of the basics. Number one, international relations is about engagement of nation states. Those of us who understand the concept of nation state, I could refer this particular concept to Westphalia sense of state, which we understand. That is what defines what a nation state is. Number two, international relations play an extremely important and in an increasingly globalizing and liberalizing world. The WTO rules of engagement in terms of trade, for example, literally wants to throw away protectionism as a way of conducting business. You must open your borders to trade, to investment, movement of persons, and so on. And in all this, pursuit of national interest is the primary purpose of international relations engagement. And that's very important for us. National interest, ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies, it manifests in basically three platforms. Number one, peace and security platform, critical. Two, trade and investment, including for our purposes, especially talking about the Middle East, movement and resettlement of persons, which of course gives rise to the diaspora communities, which in this country and in many parts of Africa is a major source of foreign exchange. In fact, in some countries competing very competitively against trading goods and services. And four, national interest is also about bettering operating environment. And this is done through multilateral, regional, and bilateral cooperation. Dr. Guyo did emphasize that for Africa to move on and to be stable and to be sure, we need to embed ourselves in multilateralism, which is very true. Nevertheless, increasingly, the instrument for doing so is regional integration. It gives you leverage because of collective power, as he rightly said. And so in that respect, the AU and the other regional integration experiments are extremely important. Ultimately, you cannot rule out bilateral engagement, even if it means fine-tuning. One of the most, if not the most developed regional integration framework is EU. And even within EU, and it's very advanced because they even have a Minister for Foreign Affairs who deals with the foreign engagement with the rest of the world. But even then, you still have nation states, individual members of EU, using bilateral relations to fine-tune their relationship with other parties. Now, what are the
operating software for international relations. For competitiveness sake, the basic tools for engagement, state foreign policy, fundamental, state diplomatic practice or conduct, and of course, efficiency in diplomatic processes. Some of these are defined, in fact, international arrangements in terms of rules. For example, the Geneva Code of Conduct, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, talking about relations, Africa, Middle East relations, essentially international relations, there are certain basic enablers, and you can call the others disablers or inhibitors. And so if we are to reset Africa, Middle East relations, some of these are critical for us just to remind ourselves of. Because I must emphasize that after listening to the presentations and reading the report, things are not right with Africa, Middle East relations. That's why I'm saying we need a resetting of that relationship. There are 6 fundamental generic enablers and, of course, inhibitors. Number 1, geographical proximity. Critical. The closer you are to a party you want to engage with, the greater, in terms of security, the threat, but also the opportunity, especially in terms of economics and trade. 2 is language. It's a fundamental social reality that when you share language, it kind of helps you to relate better. And then, of course, ideology. The socialist world, for example, find it easier to cooperate and to relate to one another because they shared ideology. Similarly, the liberal West, capitalist liberal West, sometimes they mix it with, of course, democratic West. They also find it easier to relate to one another because of their shared ideology. Religion, critical. And even though it has not worked to their advantage in the Middle East, nevertheless, those states that share one religion have a propensity or at least the opportunity to relate better and easier. It doesn't work in the Middle East, as we all know, sibling rivalry and other issues, and yet it's a fundamental social reality that religion, as well as race and ethnicity, enables, especially if it is shared. Finally, the 6th, what I call enabler, is traded products and services. That is economic enablers. But here, it is the reverse. If you share the same products, same services as your neighbor or the party you want to relate with, the chances are it will not work very well because you have what I have, so why should we actually become competitors as opposed to opportunities there for competition rather than for cooperation, because we are probably competing over an external market and so on. And so the essence of mutual interdependence in international relations is critical. When you have what I need, but I don't have, and you want or you need what I have, but you don't have, the opportunity for positive international relations is guaranteed or at least enhanced. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, what would be the justification for resetting Africa-Middle East relations? In my view, the first, where's my friend, if you can put the chart. In my view, the imperatives, I did this last night, actually early this morning, after I read the interim report. Now, that map is of Africa, and we use it in terms of marketing economics, basically to help understand the essence of market reach as an enabler of trade. But we also use it in security sector because, as we say, in terms of security, your greatest threat is likely to be your immediate neighbor. When you are threatened from very far, the threat can be general. I don't know whether I'm right. When the party you are dealing with or threatening you many thousands of miles away, the threat level is reduced. But when it is next door, you are in big trouble. So I did this map of Africa and did concentric circles around Africa. Now, you will see that actually my starting point was somewhere, I think, in Central Africa. That's the center of Africa. And you can move outwards and understand the point that I'm trying to make. That apart from nation states within Africa, the closest to Africa is actually the Middle East, because otherwise they would capture them. Of course, you have, I think that is Spain somewhere there, and the southern part of it, Italy. But essentially, the bulk of nation states that neighbor us are actually the Middle East. And so I thank you, Dr. Mustafa, for thinking about this, because from a strategic security as well as trade economics point of view, that is the most ignored reality, and that presents great opportunity for Africa. And yet we hardly exploit or take full advantage of that reality. And ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, preeminence of geographical proximity being the most critical national interest priority criteria essentially forces us to look at the Middle East very critically. If we may just look back last year when COVID-19 broke out, I think you'll agree that it brought out, and it was a testimony of how interconnected we all are. But the most important point is, with our vital supply chains disrupted, if you remember, there was any shipping. Sea freight, air freight was curtailed because of containment measures that states had to carry out, but also out of the fear of cross-border spread of the virus. And many of us states, if we didn't have self-sufficiency in terms of vital goods and services, we were in real danger. So those who existed, the states that existed as a result of COVID-19 pandemic and its immediate onslaught were those states that were self-sufficient, and those which were not quite self-sufficient, their next source of survival was the immediate neighbors. And that's why I always tell my colleagues in the Ministry of Trade and Industry, you have to take our neighbors in East Africa extremely seriously. That is where we were able to export and dollars. And that's where we also got some critical supplies which we could not produce ourselves or we did not have in store. So it's critical. And for this, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to recognize one latest president in our region, Madame Suluhu, who immediately she took over. Her first priority was to rekindle relationship with her neighbors. She has visited Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, and I think she's going to visit Burundi and down south very soon. So neighborliness, proximity, geographic is critical in terms of strategic engagement or interrelations. Now, what is the situation right now? In terms of Africa-Middle East relations, we can say that it is characterized by, it's basically episodic. I'm quoting from the report. It is ad hoc and planned, short-term, more tactical than strategic orientation. That's the reality. And you discussed it here very well. Secondly, it is set and driven by the Middle East states not necessarily by African states, is set by Middle East states in pursuit of ideological and their self-interest, including issues of sibling rivalry between themselves, elbowing each other out in terms of influence in Africa. Thirdly, the relationship between Africa and Middle East is incoherent, haphazard, and of course, each of the Middle East states pursues its own interests in specific regions and in competition with each other in Africa. That is a major source of concern, because when that happens, it means that they can export reasons why they're disagreeing among themselves and causes of their disagreement into Africa, because obviously they'll be projecting their competitive interests with each other back in their region into Africa, and therefore dividing African states even more, as some take position with one or the other of members of the Middle East states. Fourthly, it's essentially reactive to events in third-party states or informed by third-party states' actions. So there are issues in Yemen, and then we have to deal with the consequences. Or we have issues with the big powers outside. In the Middle East, they take some actions, and then that has a ripple effect into Africa. And fifthly, there's presence of very little deliberate, proactive strategic interest of African states in the relationship. I think one of the ladies did ask that question. Is there any proactive engagement, initiative by Africa in order to gain maximum value out of the relationship with the Middle East? I'm moving towards a conclusion. So going forward then, with all the information that was shared here, and the wonderful report that you have already produced, ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies, Africa-Middle East cooperation has to move away from the episodic, ad hoc, transactional kind of relationship. Thank you, Dr. Guyo. You added the word transactional. I'd left it out. I've included it in my notes. And move towards more deliberate, structured, strategic relations with long-term mutual interest orientation. Chinese have invented in the diplomatic world the concept of win-win, and that is what we really must work on. And for this, there's the need, therefore, for organized approach or approaches from both sides of the Gulf. AU could play a big part. It is proposed to set the Africa common market, is it? Right. Now, if that were to be realized and AU were to be more active and the Arab League was more organized, I know Middle East includes non-Arab states, that would be a good beginning. And as I said, geographical proximity gives us tremendous advantage to do so, and good reasons to do so. In terms of market access, in terms of including, that is of course including tourism. The other week I was visiting one of the embassies of one of the states in the Gulf states, and visiting royal family member was introduced to me with his family. And he said, I first of course apologized to him about the cold weather in Nairobi. And he said, why do you apologize? The Middle East, the Gulf state, is got 40 degrees plus. This is fantastic weather. It is my first time to come to Kenya. If only we knew that you have such wonderful weather, you would not cope with tourist movement from the Gulf states to Africa. Instead, we go to Europe, but this is perfect. Now, lack of knowledge, opportunity for positive relations, which we don't take advantage of. That is in terms of tourism, but what informs it? The different geoclimatic conditions that we endowed with. Language is critical. I was once a deputy minister for trade and industry. And during that time, we prepared a cabinet paper that we should introduce 2 languages as compulsory for secondary schools: French and Arabic. Why French? Not because of France, but because of French-speaking Africa. If you look, if you can just go back to that chart. If you look at that chart, our immediate markets are actually embedded. The critical mass of nation states that we should be engaging with are first and foremost embedded in Africa. The critical mass of nation states that we should be dealing with. Followed by the Middle East. And in Africa, French-speaking Africa is critical. It presents huge opportunity for trade and investment. Thirdly, the second language we proposed was actually Arabic, because of the simple reason that outside Africa, that is the most important market for us. And so Arabic should be made compulsory for all secondary schools. Yesterday, I asked somebody, a close friend of mine, family friend actually, whose daughter had serious problems in the Middle East. One of those, because of lack of jobs, they went across. And I talked to that daughter. I said, supposing you are able to speak Arabic, would you have been mistreated in the Middle East as you are? And she said, no, no way. Because if I spoke Arabic, we would be seen as part of the family. Ideology, we have talked about that. Religion, a big chunk of Africa is Islamic. We have the opportunity to use that as a platform. Our traded products, we have huge potential. Our brother there talked about the climatic zones, which gives us enormous opportunity for agro products and livestock products to be exported to the Middle East. They don't have that facility. We do have that endowment. And then I may just mention finally, yesterday, I don't know how many of you watched BBC Focus on Africa. And I know, I can't remember his name, the gentleman who was, Dr. Guyo, the gentleman who was a panelist with you. Sorry? Prof, you talked about the planned recruitment of doctors, Nigerian doctors by Saudi Arabia. It actually started. It was in the news yesterday. BBC Focus on Africa.
Money talks.
They are recruiting huge number of doctors from Nigeria. And the discussion was, is it not going to deprive Nigeria of critical mass of health?
Not all time.
Medical officers. Ladies and gentlemen, let us be realistic, let us be practical. You mentioned that one of the opportunity or resources we have, which they don't have, is the population of the youth. Can you imagine what would happen if we did human resource needs assessment in the entire Middle East and set up training institutions to train professionals and technical capital, human capital, to meet those needs, their specific needs? First of all, you would have many more going to work in Africa, and therefore forming a substantive diaspora population, which means foreign exchange. But I can tell you this, there will be better quality migrants, there will be better quality labor exported to that region. That would be good for us, to be good for the Middle East. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. I wish you well to the very end of this program.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Ambassador Zadok Siongo, for those remarks. And you've spoken quite movingly and driving the particular point that, yes, we need to reset this agenda and highlighting how this relations between Africa and Middle East is so skewed, picking out from also the abridged version where they're saying that it is asymmetrical. it's ad hoc and personalized. So when we try and see all this, realizing that over even the 10 years, Turkey, UAE, and Qatar have significantly also increased their political presence in Africa, especially in the Horn of Africa and North Africa. And primarily drivers of Middle Eastern countries, as the study, if you will get, of course, to the granular details, it will tell you
Last 2 decades.
that it is to advance specific geostrategic interest, ranging from Islamist political ideological orientation to trade and the diversification of oil and gas dependent economy. They normally set the agenda for us. We always come to the table unprepared. And of course, you know the power of a negotiation. If you come there and you're not really prepared, of course, who will really have the upper hand at the end of the day? It is Peter Drucker who said, strategy, who eats strategy for breakfast? Do you remember that particular comment? If you're not on the table, if you're not sitting on the table, then you are on the menu. It is a high time that Africa should not be on the menu. We should be solely on the table. We should be taking our position on the table and expressing our interest. And I think this is a seminal good work that we're about to get granular details from once we launch it. I want to just proceed and get to the moment of the day where we are all gathered here today, since yesterday, the beginning of the conference, running under the theme shared prosperity, shared peace, shared security. The culmination is the launch of this seminal work that Ambassador has been talking about, that he's had a snippet of it. And I want to welcome on the podium right now, Ambassador Mohamed Guyo. For this unveiling, it doesn't need any introduction. I think from the panel discussion, he spoke also very effusively on the major highlights of these relations as well. And for them maybe who've joined us, it will be just good to introduce him as well, just briefly. He's officially launching this study, and he's, of course, Dr. Ambassador Mohamed Guyo, Intergovernmental Authority on Development Special Envoy for Red Sea, Gulf, and Aden and Somalia, of course, representing us here from Kenya. This is a moment. Are you geared up for it? This is a moment. Are you geared up for it? Ladies and gentlemen, kindly put your hands together and make me welcome Ambassador Dr. Mohamed Guyo to come to the podium for just brief comments. And then that will act as a segue now to the launch of the study today, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished participants, let me ride on the established protocol and allow me to take this opportunity to once again thank the leadership of Horn Institute for inviting me to this official unveiling of the Horn Institute study, which took about 2 years to complete. I have interacted with the abridged version of the report and have the following observations. First, the report is insightful, analytical, and forward-looking. Secondly, the report is based on sound architecture in terms of structure and content. Third, the report is an organic appraisal of an organic crisis and the relations and offer an organic solution in a multidimensional format. Fourth, the recommendations are policy-oriented, and let me just pick one common recommendation for Africa and Middle East. That is, promote mutually beneficial economic engagement and political cooperation that enhance prospects for development, security, and stability for both regions. In a nutshell, this is about shared prosperity. In a nutshell, this is about human security. And above all, this is about state stability. The states in both regions are being tested. The limit of our modern states are being tested, to the extreme. And therefore, the state-society relation has had a dysfunctional relation across the entire region of Middle East and Africa. In this regard, this report, the recommendations of this report provides a solution, an organic solution, so to speak. Let me assure you that this report is useful for both technical group and the policymakers. Technical group and policymakers. Having been a technical previously, I know what I've seen in that abridged version, and interactions by the technical group and policymakers will provide a forward-looking policy considerations. We should publicize and disseminate this report widely to all stakeholders in both regions. I wish and I hope it has been translated to Arabic. If it has been translated to Arabic, then it will be really something that will complete the cycle in a holistic fashion. The stakeholders I'm talking about are states, government officials, multilateral organizations, civil society, business community, all the spectrum of state and societies. We should distribute this report. Finally, I call upon Horn Institute to monitor and evaluate this report in order to appraise and reappraise this report to make it responsive to the emerging circumstances on the ground in order to make this report a living document that will be fit for purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you once more. A round of applause again for His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Guyo. Thank you. So this document, as we've had, just in a nutshell, will be very instrumental and useful for both technical groups and policymakers as well. And I know we are gathered here from different, stripes of lives when it comes to engagements. All are represented here. And in a way, as I mentioned before, that your contribution lends support, it reinforces this good work. And they always say that you cannot whistle a symphony It takes a whole orchestra to play a symphony. No one can whistle it. And this is a culmination. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to proceed very swiftly now to the moment of the day. And we have all the hoopla, the razzmatazz, all the launch that will, of course, go with it as well. And I will want now to call upon Your Excellency back to the podium and a number of excellencies as well to help us with this particular launch. Let's just begin with you, Ambassador Mohammed, Dr. Mohammed Gur, back to the podium. Just come up. We have the launch dome over there where we shall be proceeding to, and we will launch the study this afternoon. We'll, of course, maybe you might be startled a bit with some of the pyrotechnics there. So I just want to warn you in advance. I've been to other occasions where they blow up and people start screaming, thinking that something else is happening. But just to give you a primer, that will be happening as well. I want to call upon also Ambassador Zadok Siongo to come back to the podium. Kindly, you'll also help us with the launch. And as he's doing that as well, Ambassador Erastus Mwencha, kindly also walk to the podium. Also, Professor Peter Kagwanja, kindly walk to the podium as well. And the chair of the Horn Institute, Dr. Mustafa. First of all, we'll just have a photo session in just a bit, and then we go to the moment of the day. All right, my DJs, are you ready? I need some drums rolling before we make the countdown. Yeah? I'll just cue you. So we've had good photo session there. Just a bit. Fantastic. We'll have some more also afterwards. Now, I will request you kindly, ladies and gentlemen, to focus on the moment. This is it. And I will request also our excellencies to walk down to the podium. Let me just get my mic just to come and assist on this as well, on how we're going to do it. So we have the dome there where we have the study. So I will kindly request you to just walk over there. We can actually divide ourselves from the left and the right. Yes. And I want also to call upon also Ambassador Boaz to come and join us as well, so that we can have even numbers there. So as I mentioned, don't get startled. Are we ready? A round of applause for Ambassador Boaz as he comes as well. Thank you. Okay. Okay, ready? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a moment we've been waiting for. The launch of the seminal study, Africa-Middle East Relations, Interests, Strategies, Interventions and Impact 2019. You will get all the granular details from the study. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ambassador Guyo, there we go. The confetti's going every which way right now. Continue with the claps, round of applause. Drums rolling. There we go. Makofi, Makofi. Makofi, Makofi.
Eventually, there's an ambassador from
You know, that's the,
I know, just as the white, the representative from Ethiopia, and this guy from Russia.
Yeah, can you write that down for me? I can't. Thank you. Thank you very much. But fantastic. If I may just have also a copy of the seminal study, if each of them can just get an abridged version so that we may also take. Thank you. Fantastic. Just for the photo session, just to solemnize the moment as well, we can just lift them up. Yeah. To immortalize this particular moment, a great milestone for the Institute as well, and also for Africa and the Middle East. This is a good gesture from the Institute. Thank you. All right, you can come back to the podium right now. With just remain to the, yeah, just come back, Ambassador Siongo. We want you to take now pictures with the study. We can spread out. Thank you very much. Next on this session, I would love to call upon also members from the academia, all the professors that we have here as well. Professor Manene, you can come to the podium. Although Professor Jonyo, I saw you as well. Just come to the podium, members of the academia. We also take a session with you. Thank you, Ambassador Erastus Mwencha and Ambassador Guyo as well. You can have you. Thank you very much. Let's just have also members from the academia. Then finally, we shall crown it all with a group photo. The professors in the house, Professor Fatma, and doctors as well. Members of academia, that's what I said. Fantastic. And I'd like to call also the chair, Dr. Khanenje, the director of the Horn Institute. Dr. Khanenje. All right. So are we ready with the camera? I need maybe the Dr. Kanenje or Dr. Mustafa, if he's, or Raslin. Thank you very much. Who's in the house from the Horn Institute. Also, I'd like to call upon the Russian representative. This is His Excellency Yaroslav. Please come on over. No, before you go, he can, so that he can actually join us. Where is he? He's not around. Oh, he's outside. Right. I can see Dr. But he's missed the shot as well. Rosalind, you represented them. Right. I was wondering if we could just also maybe have a group photo. I know all of us, we cannot be accommodated here on the podium, but I would like to have the staff of the Horn Institute, right? If we could just come forward. Ah, fantastic, fantastic. Yeah. Horn Institute, staff of Horn Institute, please come to the podium. And even as we're doing that, yeah? And even as we're doing that, we didn't capture all of us. Finally, we shall be doing it on a group photo as well. So the staff of the Horn Institute, please. Staff of the Horn Institute and associates as well. Dr. Kanenje is missing out. I think he's up and about trying to make sure everything is, all the ducks are put in a row. A busy day for him. So can we just remove our masks as well so that we can, and try in the solemnity of the moment to capture this. This also will be post-COVID-19. People will be wanting to see your faces as well. I know we are living in torrid times. Dr. Kanenje, we've been calling out for you. Don't miss out. He's actually here. Yeah, Horn Institute and the associates as well. Dr. Momonzao. Thank you. Don't go away. I will want us now to take a group photo, and if I may be assisted with some chairs so that we can just spread them out here, and we'll have their excellencies. If you're still here, please don't go away. One more time with your indulgence. I know photo sessions, it will require to be, going to and fro as well, but it's good just to, in the solemnity of the moment, to immortalize this as well. All right, Your Excellencies, please. Ambassador Dr. Mohammed will come back. Ambassador Siango as well, just to take this particular moment. All right, also there, Yaroslav as well, Russian representative. So, right, we might just remove our masks. Yeah, and be happy, smile. Yeah. Flash your whites so that I can see your beautiful smiles. This is a very important moment that we want to, of course, immortalize it. Yeah. In pictures. You're not smiling enough. I know holding your smile sometimes, yeah, your lips will start to twitch. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, and the staff of the Horn Institute and Associates. Yeah. Thank you. You know, also with the COVID-19 protocols, I know all of us will love to have photo sessions, but we cannot really accommodate that. We have also to be cognizant of the facts from the Ministry of Health. But let me just... Yeah, but we'll afford you an opportunity maybe outside as well to take some photos with some of the delegates that we've been having here, of course, also with the VIP as well. And kindly remember, just attend the reminder that your tokens as well are available. Kindly don't just go at home without being appreciated. And there's also some motive for you if you love to do that at the end, of course, of the program. But before we go there, I'll be remiss if, of course, we don't call back the chairman of the Horn Institute to come and give his closing remarks. What is the way forward since yesterday? And of course, to appreciate you and also the delegates that are joining us online as well. And every person that actually has contributed largely to make this particular conference a success as well. Dr. Mustafa, over to you.
Thank you, Dibal. It's good to see you again here. We've spent a lot of time, used to spend a lot of time together with you for a program called Standing on Guard, where we were actually discussing these very ideas of a study, Africa and Middle East relations. I must congratulate all of you for attending, participating, and giving us very critical inputs that will help us improve this particular study. The reason why you have the abridged version is so that the conference proceedings and ideas will be now collected and enrich the study. And within perhaps a month or so, we will have concluded it, print the study, and now distribute widely. The staff at the Horn Institute, we've had many critical moments together in organizing this conference. It's been a very difficult task, particularly for the last 2 years doing this research. We were to launch last year, then COVID came, put so many things on hold, but finally we've been able to conclude the research and launch it today. I thank you for your dedication and time. The Council of Advisors who have been with us, working with us, I want to thank all of them. They've been here all at the same time and also individually. Some of them have to go back to their offices to attend to very urgent matters. But I want to thank all of them for attending and being with us throughout this conference. The Horn Institute associates, fellows, who have always been with us, writing with us, working with us, thinking through with us. The work has just started now. So this particular study, we hope, is going to infuse new knowledge, re-energize our engagements between ourselves, and more importantly, between scholars in Africa and the Middle East. We hope that we can now organize smaller roundtables where we can really go into the details and engage with our students who are interested in Africa, Middle East relations and work out on policy briefs, papers, white papers. And this research is going to help a lot in providing the current state of affairs of relations between Africa and the Middle East. I want to thank all the technical people, the team here that always keeps us thoroughly entertained after cracking our heads for 2 days. The team that we don't see behind there, the media team, the bloggers, social media team that are at home, not here with us, that have been doing excellent work. I'm happy to report to you just yesterday alone, the Twitter reach was 7.5 million and Facebook reach was 12.6 million. So combined about 20 million. We reached 20 million, an audience of 20 million just yesterday alone. We don't have the statistics for today, but I'm sure it's a lot more. And I want to thank you that are not here and are helping our audience out there who have been following us since yesterday on Zoom, on YouTube, on Facebook, paying keen attention. And I apologize that we've not been able to take all your inputs, your questions, your observations, your comments. Because of timing, there was so many, we could not read all of them. But we look forward to engaging with you online and offline, physically, when we meet again. Thank you very much. God bless you and see you soon.
Thank you, Dr. Mustafa. And of course, if you've not really gotten the copy of the abridged version, if it was not emailed to you, yes, you will have also a hard copy. Yeah, make sure once you walk out, you have a copy of the abridged version. That will be facilitated. So every one of you should walk out with one today and get the granular details from there. I hope even in due course that we will have the main version online as well, so that you can actually also interact with it intimately to familiarize yourself with what that has been shared here since yesterday. So I want to thank you profusely on behalf of the Horn Institute. And of course, the opportunity to just work with you has been a rare privilege, one that will linger for long, and we'll have also pleasant memories about this launch as well. The hashtag has always been, and of course, what Dr. Mustafa has said, Africa Middle East Conference 2021. We've been running under the theme, shared peace, shared security, and shared prosperity. And that is where the whole world is converging to, right? Everything is a shared economy. It's a shared salvaging of the environment. When people are talking about the planet, they're talking about the profits, and they're talking about also the people. So I want to thank you so very much. To remind you again, there is a cup of tea for you after this. Please don't be in a hurry and a tearing rush to leave. We can, of course, share our contacts, express ourselves thin outside, and familiarize ourselves with a person that you've never met before so that you can also have a good network as well. In the meantime, Paulina and the band will be giving us some wonderful renditions on the saxophone as well. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure and joy to facilitate this event today. And on behalf of every moderators that have been facilitating this, thank you once again. My name is Dibala Nair.
Valley.